Face reveal. That's right, it was me all along. Is it focus working? I'm all blurry. Anyway, my birthday was last week. So this is why this is the debrief stream. It's the birthday debrief. So hello. I saw Nona asking before. Unless your birthday was also last week, we do not actually share. But you know what? The way I think of birthdays is that they are not, in terms of celebration specifically, that very context, they are not one day. They are simply a wide window, an aura, if you will, during which one can celebrate you. Because the friggin' culture we live in doesn't make everybody's birthday a national holiday, which is messed up and screwed up. So, you know, we got to work with what we got. Do I know what time I was born? I believe I was born very close to midnight Pacific time, is what I was told. Also, hello, Long was here, GD Slalom, Noise Amaze, No, Bysop, Nevton, Brian, Connor McClure, Adam Rockmore, Red Snarl, Mischievous Turtle, Red, Sam Wellbell, Shia, Nona, Smile, did I say GD Slalom? Yeah, I did. Sideswipe Prime, Darth Walrus, Super Coffee Machine, Daniel, Sam Welbo, I think I caught your word. Yeah, you're going to be a Vaudience soon, I believe you said, so whatever's whatever's lying ahead, we got your back. We got your back. Griff, what's up? Ali Convoy, hello. So yes, my birthday was last week. Anti-doxing tech, baby! I think you can probably, like... I'm sure I've spilled the beans sometime in the last 17 years that I've been active online in a recorded medium. Just a random yellow Pikmin doing some 30-minute fantasy addiction. We feel it, we feel it. What's up? Oma Ender, Rob Stein 1. Spilled the birth beans all over the place. Just after beans in a big puddle everywhere. So today, I'm going to debrief you on things I got. And some of those things involve opening things. Two of those things are very channel relevant and were in fact sent by Vaudiancers. I looked at the wrong part of the camera for a second. I do not want to spill the beans myself on who they are because I have a personal practice, which is I want to leave it up to them to say it just in case it's weird. I used to just go like, "Hey, thanks, and then like, no, it never was an issue, but like I had this sudden realization of like, sometimes people don't want to just have their name yelled really loud out of nowhere, so I will leave it up to y'all, the two of you, if you want to self-identify. Who did I miss? I just saw someone. The old Switcher Ruby, hello, thank you. I think you leaked your B-Day back in the Japanese Beast Wars fan W. Did I? I only like recorded like 3 lines for that thing because I was Yellow Jet and another one. Did I? Oh, hey, maybe my birthday changed since then. Who knows? You have my. No, I will leave it up to you in the moment, though. I will leave it up to you in the moment. So, that is the bulk of this. I might also just do a little bit of Yammer. I also have an activity I want to do up at front. I was also going to share, I tried something new today, as a snack. So I've done the tuna can with stuff before, but today I tried something special that feels like it will be a practice going forward. So I cracked open a can of albacore tuna, and then threw in a bit of Kewpie mayonnaise and some Laugan Ma chili oil with chili flake, a bit of garlic powder, and is tossing all that around. And then I didn't have any green onions, so I pulled out a shallot, which are like these tiny pocket onions they sell now, and I sliced that up real good. Like once that way, flip it 90 degrees, once this way to get slivers, turn it 45 degrees once across just to make sure that they're chewable, and toss them in too. Raw shallot in a little like tuna mix. Chef kiss, that's what I just did there. I didn't flip you off. I used this finger. Chef kiss. It was very pleasant. And apparently that like, so I had that with crackers. That gave me immune system or something, apparently. Apparently, like, if you slap that concoction on some time, I could. I also had a third of a box of crackers that was about to go, like, stale past the part where I want to chew on them. So that was, hang on, I'm over here. I'm going to move this slightly over. Okay, there we go. I had that moved somewhere else for when I was opening a couple Amazon packages with my mom and my brother. The contents of which I will explain to you during this stream. Immune system install. Yes, apparently, because I remembered that off the shallot thing, I went and looked it up, and I had just seen an Instagram video where some guy took just a bite out of a raw onion that he was having with some pickles and sausage and like rustic bread. And it was all like, that dude's immune system is going to live to 112 years old. And also, if he has anyone in his life with whom he will lock lips, he will eliminate them on the spot. And I was like, that seems like a way to live. So, my activity that I want to give to you first is that the code is new for this month. I didn't make this one. I was very out of it last month, and then between being out of it, I was also trying to get that Diaclone video done, and I lost piles of time and, in fact, income getting that thing done, but I'm so very proud of it. So, The code is Septemberus. It's fine. I still think it works. But I did not get a chance to, like, go Google searching September words. So, it happens. The code is Septemberus. If you are doing a Toy Hacks thing this month already, then use the code. It feeds the machine. It's just like a birthday gift. So, Septemberus. Septemberus. Like the rest of us. What codes would you have given them had you remembered? I didn't get... I actually had opened the Google search for... I was searching literally the phrase September words, and then saw the email saying, like, hey, we haven't heard from you, so we're just gonna roll with this code, because they were, like, turning the codes over before the long weekend. So I was like, oh, my apologies, and then I closed that tab. So I never looked. So who knows what it could have been. Could have been Vangelus. Vangelus. Take the A off, keep the U. It's branding. Vantemberus. Now we're just putting words together. Vangelus might have had trouble fitting into my pre-made little template here. So I haven't had it happen yet where the text scrolled off the sides of the template, but so far, every time I put it in, my thought process is, if I have to resize the text, I'll think of a different code. And so far, I have not had to resize the text. Scorp, what's up? Thank you very much. I will mention a couple times, just in case the thumbnail was misleading. I was having fun searching on image search the phrase birthday boy hat, and it brought me a lot of joy. But yeah, my birthday was last week. This is a debrief. So, just in case anyone thinks it is the day, it's not, but also, I just stretch it like 4 weeks in both directions, because we don't got time to, like, try to do stuff on the day, right? It's... Who's got time? Also, activity. Where's my scene? I was at the grocery store today, and I was looking at the Haribos, because I had double salted licorice on my mind. Couldn't find any at the grocery store. However, I saw these things made by Kabaya, and they were called Tough Gummy. And I was like, I'm tough, and I'm gummy. So, think of these as the birthday cake that we have on screen. So I'm going to try some Tough Gummy, made by Kabaya. Goches. Tough Gummy. These are, okay, they're unwrapped, so we're going raw. The flavors, by the way, and this made me look up one thing, which is like, is this a supplement? Because the flavors are lemon alpha and lemon beta. And I don't understand what lemon alpha or lemon beta means, so we're gonna find out. We're gonna try lemon alpha first, because that's the yellow one. Whoa. That is tough. That tasted like lemon candy. I like that. So what's lemon beta gonna taste like? Lemon beta tastes more like lemon peel as a candy. So, they're called Tough Gummy. By the way, Ziploc top, because what an efficient design. Oh man, that lemon beta don't hit as well as the lemon alpha. So, they're gummy. When I looked up Tough Gummy, it said Tough Gummy has a unique mouthfeel that's real tough. And it does. They're very dense. They're not dense like, say, a Moam, for those of you in Germany. Or, I think, places that have the German cheapo store in America. They're not tough like a high chew. They're just like very dense gummy, but not soft, not like a giant gummy bear. Anyway, this one, the flavors, I got this one too because of the flavors, and to have 2 of them. The flavors are cola, or energy drink, and soda. So that's cola, energy drink, and soda. So this is the Gaimcore one for the crossover with the lemon Gav ones at the start. No, not Americans, because American Starburst, actually, that's a good call. Those ones you bite into and they give. They're just dense, but they give. These don't give, these snap. So we're gonna try the cola first. Ali Convoy, I think they have Moam at, like... God, it's a German place. When I told my German relatives this place existed in America, they were laughing their heads off, because it was like... You know, it's like the Five Below of Germany. But they had Moams, I think. What? Oh, that was good. Okay, the cola one's really nice. I am gonna say, were I not on stream, I would be chewing on these probably 2 minutes longer a piece, because, like, these have got that thing where you could suck them for a while before you even start chewing them. Like, these are hard suckable. We're gonna try the energy drink now. Energy drink tastes kind of like cruddy grapefruit. It's fine, I'm not feeling it though. The cola was so good compared to that. Okay, now we're gonna try soda, which I assume is Ramune, but we'll see. Started off Ramune, turned into grape. The cola was so good, though. I don't know. It specifically like white grape, so like real mild, real swaggerless. Not tough. I would say tough. Not tough. Beta. Over here, I would say wonderful. Necessary hardship. I feel better for having had it, but it felt more like a supplement. Anyway, that's the tough gummies. I'm going to tell you about the things I got. Number 1, new keycaps. I did a ton of searching to find a keycap set that would fit on my Epomaker TH40, because this is a weird little keyboard, specifically because of the precise measurements of this shift key, that shift key, and this split keyboard. So, not only did I want, right, keycaps that would fit the body, I also wanted MOA profile. And that's the profile where they are puffy and round, but still have divots and a few little defined edges. Because I read a review that said MOA profile keys glide on the TH40 specifically. So I had to put those 2 search terms together, and I spent, excuse me, 2 weeks months ago trying to figure out where to find MOA keycaps in the I forgot the word now configuration that results in this. I had to, like, remember the number decimal measurements of the keys and hope that some of the knockoff keycap listings actually said them. So anyway, it came about, it happened, and what's really weird is the body looks darker to me now and it's the same body, but it looks darker to me than it did with the previous keycaps. I could go dig up a link, but it's sold out now. It's one of those like knockoff keycap sets that are just like all over AliExpress and Amazon. I'll try to dig up the link though. But I think it's mostly I know what search terms to look for, I think, but when I clicked on the link, it didn't show these ones anymore. It showed green ones. But there are a lot of purple gradient keycaps out there. Anyway, they're not like shine through or nothing, but I don't know, I like them, and they feel really good to type on. Let me just turn it off for a sec so I can hammer a few buttons, but like, that felt pretty good. Also the enter key, it's got some punch, but oh, check out the space bars, they're so good. They got thud. Ah yeah. But yeah, I'm surprisingly enjoying this keyboard a lot, because as you can tell, it's missing numbers and arrows. So the way that it works is this function key. When you hold the function key down, you're now on layer 2. And when you hold function right space, you're on layer 3. And then if for some reason you need to go to layer 4, I set it up as function this, and now you're on layer 4. You don't ever really need to be there, in my opinion, for what I do. But I've been using this as my daily driver keyboard on the desktop, and a completely different mechanical keyboard from a MacBook, and I've not had any trouble switching between them. Every now and then I do a miss keystroke, but it's less the keyboards and more the Mac to Windows brain flip of, you know, like, function versus control. And I find it very natural when I'm typing, where I'm like, oh yeah, number 1 is that, number 2 is that, oh, I need exclamation point, function shift Q, that's exclamation point. Like, it doesn't even register, and the split space bar is so sick. It's so sick. And then I'm just coding! I'm coding! I don't even know how to code. I took coding classes when I tried to do university, and I liked the year 1 stuff, where you were solving problems and making funny little programs, and then year 2 they were like bucket sort, and I fell asleep. Yeah, these give me some joy. The switches are linear, which usually I don't like. I prefer soft tactile, but another thing I got used to on this one, I think partly because it's so small, the linear keys actually help me a lot because I don't have missed keystrokes now. I just hit stuff and it tends to go off. You know when you're typing in your password, by the way, can you read my password? And then you're like, oh no, did I do Shift C or did I do Shift question mark? Did I hit it enough? I can't tell because of the dots. Turns out I hit it enough most of the time on this one, where sometimes I would miss it on the previous one. So, you know, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we're all set. So, another thing I got, that I don't have here, because I can just describe it to you, is one of those, like, it's like $12 Canadian, I think, on Amazon. One of those stacks of D6s that say -1, -1 through -6, -6 on half of them, and then +1, +1 through +6, +6 on the other half. I had 6 of those many years ago, and I now have decks that need more, so I have more of them now. They came with 2 bags, very, you know, cheapo bags. I thought I had the bags here still, but I don't. And they came with 2 D20s, because they were in, like... These ones, my originals were in white, straight up white. The only ones that they had, when my list was being communicated to a couple relatives, was like these marble gradient things. They look nice still. They're legible. But yeah, now I have more of them than I will ever need my entire life, so that feels pretty cool. Because I might eventually, like, have a print and play game or something that also could use +1, +1s, or -1s, -1s. Another for spring, and hello, my birthday was actually last week. So you missed it! It's fine, though. Because my birthday celebration, I stretch in 4+ weeks in both directions. And after last year's, and all the fun, the horrific stuff that we were going through family side during that, I extended last year's by 13 months forward. So we can celebrate 2 of them, if we want to. So this is another thing that I got that's relevant to that stuff. This came with, I didn't know that, this came with 5 really little +1, +1 dice and 1 different colored -1, -1 die, but they were like little ones. So I've already put those into a into my travel carry, and fishing them out would be too much work. So those are not in here. But this thing, they have like a magnetic closure on it. I don't know why. This is just some dry erase markers and some dry erase cards, because the only ones I had were the Ultimate Guard ones, and they're getting kind of scuffed up, and also, like, you know, Ultimate Guard flushed themselves down a toilet a couple of times during Gen Con weekend. So I was like, hey, you know, it'd be nice to have, like, some fresh ones. So I haven't opened this little pack of them yet, but, you know, a little pack of these. I got multiple colors of these now. It comes with a cloth to wipe stuff that I'm probably never going to use. But now you can be all, like, you know, you can write down, like, your token, you know, the toughness, whatever, and then you summon one, and then when they're all done, then you're like, time to erase this guy forever. And then you're supposed to use the cloth to do it. If you're, you know, a beta, like that candy I just had. That's right, I do not wipe. I simply smack the sides a lot. But yeah, this is also quite useful. I didn't think it was going to come in like a nice, like, magnetic DVD case. I thought it was going to come in a shrink wrap that I could throw out, so I don't know what to do about this, because I hate putting magnets out into the world where they could disappear forever. So, you know, now it lives in here for the time being. Also, I got movies. These were mostly ones that, like, I've seen and I just want to own in hard copy because of this current state of the world. So I have me a disc copy of Color Out of Space, which is, in my opinion, a very fun, very solid film. I like it a lot. Has interesting stories about the production, rather unfortunate ones. But I really like the vibe of it. I think Tommy Chong is briefly terrifying in this. And I've seen it a couple times. The whole thing is up on YouTube. I think that the production company, like, disowned the movie, so it's just on YouTube. But I wanted to have it in physical as well. Magnets only disappear when persuaded to do so. I don't want them to leave. I want to be surrounded by magnets so that, you know, they can hold me up. Oh, JTL, you've seen it. Yeah, no, I like this movie a lot. This movie gets oversold as a da-ho-ho Nicolas Cage movie. It's also, I think, one of the better cosmic horror films of the last period of time. Another solid film that I saw only recently with my mom, last time I visited her, and I wanted a copy of it, was Nosferatu Robert Eggers, because I also thought this was really darn solid. And then I fell more in love with it when I watched some of the featurettes, some of the interviews after the fact. So I was like, I want to have a copy, so as I could have a copy. A lot of this mindset restarted for me when one day I was having a real bad day, and I was like, I need some comfort food. I want to watch Knives Out. Surely Netflix, the company that invented Glass Onion, a Knives Out film, has Knives Out, and they don't. So I was sitting there going like, I'm sick and tired of not having my movies. I had my reverse streaming moment. So anyway, those are my discs I got for the most part. I also got a book that my brother believes in books still, and I keep trying to read them. This is an interesting book. It's by Rod Friedman. It's his I Killed Optimus Prime book. He's one of the screenwriter dudes who had stuff to do with the '86 movie. And when I saw the book, I was like, oh, this is cool. But also, I got to go do a shoulder check, because I recall at least one of the old G1 writers took a real bad Facebook-pilled heel turn, and I couldn't remember which one. It's not him. The only weird thing about Ron Friedman is every single image of him online is from at least 20 years ago. And he's real old now. But then I found a picture of him from now, and he still looks like he did 20 years ago with, like, a few more lines. So he's got that that Eternal Youth thing going on. But yeah, this is the guy who killed Optimus Prime. So, sue him! Anyway, yeah, that's... Neither of these are what he looks like now, but also he still looks like these, if that makes any sense. John Carmack from id has similar Eternal Youth. Yeah, okay. Oh, GD, yeah. Tetsuo the Iron Man, another good film that is just on YouTube. That is worth owning in hard copy. See, I don't know, I haven't read it. I took a flip and I was like, hey, it looks pretty cool. Looks like people talking. There's the legendary Bettelheim. Autopod Decepticast did an interview with him. That checks. He was at least one TFCon LA. Kind of like after my era of sitting in on Q&A panels, but I know that I remembered his name from a TFCon, and I remembered the phrase "I killed Optimus Prime" as well, because that was like one of his bits. I did get another. So this was. Oh wait, there's one more thing. The cards I already owned, but I got a 6-pack of these Quiver Nexus deck blocks. So these are like another better boulder for those who are in the cards realms, the Bastion being the Gamegenic better boulder. This is Quiver's. Quiver's a smaller company. I like them a lot. So there's their set of 6 of these. There's like the 5 magic colors and then a clear one, right? So I did some flippy floppy because like, hey, red and blue for Optimus Prime. That makes sense. Look, it's him. But the Quiver ones have a funny gimmick where like, you see the little studs, right? So you can Lego brick these together, and like, and there's when one says why, there's no answer, right? Because it's just like, because you can Lego brick them together, and then like the Lego brick connectivity on these is actually pretty solid. I only got 3 of them out. The other 3 are in my Quiver actual case, but like, I wouldn't shake it, but like, you can hold 2 of them up by 1 here, for instance, right? And the part that rules is when you crack them apart, because you can just have like, you know, 6 of them in a line. You bring in your 6 commander decks somewhere, and you're like, oh, which I gotta play RC. Let me just crack RC off the rod. Crack that open. You can even like stick this, I think, this way around. This doesn't line up quite right, but you can stick like the lid on the back if you want to. Anyway, I kind of dug these, and I like Quiver Time. Their thing they're most famous for is, I showed you guys, I think last stream or the stream before, it's the big zippered case that I put all the stickers on. So this is their hard plastic deck boxes, which I think are cool. So it's the Nexus by Quiver. I did the Teen Titans thing where I took like 5 of them in a row, and then I plugged 1 on the bottom under the 5, and then stood them there like a giant T. And then I was like, yeah. You know, that satisfaction when, like, you put 18 Lego bricks on top of each other, and they're stuck together as a long shape, and before you go, like, I wonder why I did that, you kind of go, like, yeah. I had that moment. Let me smack my stick of deck together. Big long deck stick. So from one friend of mine, I got another disc. So I got the Ultraman Z Blu-ray, and the discs are fine. Someone at the Zon was just like, Honore Ultraman, because this thing, let me tell you. Someone gave this thing just like a leg drop. When I opened up the end, there was so much Blu-ray plastic coming out of this thing, just raining out of it in like ashen flakes. But the discs are fine, and Blu-ray discs are hardy, right? Also, this thing purports to have an Ultraman trading card game card in it. I think that's not in Canada, because there's neither hide nor hair of a trading card in here. So, I took a photograph. By the way, this was so bad, like, they even ripped this the thing that holds the paper in. They stepped on this thing so hard. So I sent a photo of this to my friend who got this for me, because there was a tag and it identified who got it. So I was like, hey, thanks so much. Also, number one, the discs are fine. Everything's fine. However, so I took a big close-up photo of just to really highlight and worsen how bad this... I like, bent this up a bit so it would look horrible. And I was like, use this photo to get yourself a refund. Because I was like, number one, always get refunds off Amazon if you can even remotely accomplish that. You don't have to... what's the phrase? What is the truth if not, give me a refund persevering? No, this thing was in its shrink wrap still. The shrink wrap I pulled off. The shrink wrap was so smashed, it's part of what pulled the plastic open. But I sent my friend a photograph of it and went like, get yourself a refund. And tell them that it doesn't work. Who cares? So I'm not sure if they did that. But I got me my favorite Ultraman series on Boulder. So that still feels pretty good. So in worst case, I'll just go like, I don't know, get another case for it and put the paperwork in there. And like just chuck the cardboard sleeve. But that's my disc story. So that was the birthday festivities. Aside from that, I went for a Stormcrow Manor deal with my brother and with his wife, and that was fun. And then later that day, went and played Flesh and Blood over at the Anime Alley. And that was fun too. I've been enjoying Flesh and Blood a lot. I do have two other things though, so I'm gonna do a little bit of. I'm inventing a new genre. I'm gonna open a figure, but during a live stream. So like, remember where you were when we changed the paradigm and when we reinvented the industry. This over here. By the way, speaking of Flesh and Blood, so I finally am playing it. So my Flesh and Blood story is I bought a box of Wave 1 and a box of Wave 2 back in like 2020 to have something to do because I like sorting cards. And then I made like some Blitz decks, and I played them like once with some friends, and the Blitz format was a little bit harsh. And then like I pivoted those decks to Commoner and started building a Classic Constructed deck, and I made tokens, and then I couldn't figure out where to play and forgot about the game for 2 years. So I've been finally using my tokens and realizing they're kind of small. So I pulled out some more offcuts. I have a bag of like offcuts from board game inserts. I save all this stuff because I'm a pack rat. And I brushed some primer onto all of them because I think I'm going to try to make like bigger tokens, because there's a token, right, for your resource points. And my resource point token is like this big, and I keep like losing it on the table. So I want to make a bigger one that I can flip over for like, it's just 2 in 1, right? So I brushed on some of this mecha primer while I was watching some streams. So that's a little activity I've been doing on the side. But yeah, I hope your Flesh and Blood lessons go well. I'm still a newbie. I'm still getting my ass kicked, but I'm having more and more fun every single time, learning things. I also got this thing, the Doom and Destructonoids, No Mouth Bludgeon, and I think that's Beachcomber. This is exciting for me because I never handled Beachcomber. I sent one of the snack. Hang on a sec. Reminding me to go to Alternachat. Okay, this should play over desktop audio, actually. This should. Hang on, let me get my tough gummy out. I'm gonna be a beta today. That made it taste better. I hope that actually played over the stream audio. Otherwise, I'm sure that was very confusing. How long was? I am going to be soon. Because, did you know if you spend a year going, like, I'm going to start watching that next week, then they start simulcasting a show internationally, suddenly? So, you're welcome, number one. Good job. Good job, Chris Vangelus. Thank you so much for saving Kamen Rider in the West. You're welcome. Yeah. I can just watch both. I still have to film the boxes, so I'm gonna actually open these much like the candy I just chewed on. Like a beta. You have 4 days to... I can just watch 2 shows at the same time. I can multitask. I watched all of Wednesday in 2 days. And that's exactly the same amount of time that it would take me to... Where was I? Where's my Windows at? Yeah, it's like a debug. I'm thinking of calling it... It's gonna get a little bit Dickensian. I'm thinking of calling it an unboxing. Because it's like we're rendering the box null and void, as though it never existed in the first place. Unmaking it, if you will. But today is Wednesday, and yet I watched everything before today! Oh! Thanks for saving Kamen Rider in the West, Chris Vangelus. You're welcome, Chris Vangelus. Look at the happy couple. Now, I'm also just not a show binger. I get, like, what do you call it? I get existentially drained if I watch more than, like, 12 episodes of something at the same time, unless they're very small episodes. But whatever, I'm on year, like, 5 of I'm still gonna finish Ghost. Nothing was wrong with it. I just sort of lost track of it. I spent 2 years watching 20-some episodes of it and then lost track of it. Still gonna finish Saber. I got embarrassingly deep on that one, and then they were still airing, so I ran out of episodes and then forgot about it. So I can watch like 4 Kamen Riders at the same time. Whatever. I was downloading Kamen Rider RAWs off of IRC while your parents were being conceived. Sorry, YouTube just told me now's a good time to insert ads, so everyone remember that. Anyway, I was on F-serves who were having weird fights specifically with Brazilians that I still don't really understand to this day. I was downloading TV VHS rips with bad tracking of Kamen Norida. All 8 episodes that were available for like 100 years. It's a box of scraps! I timed Kuga for 6 episodes and then just sort of forgot about it. Once upon a time, I was possibly the reason there were no Kuga fan subs. Sorry, I missed a whole lot of chatting while I was telling it like it is. Listen. When you live the dark woke lifestyle like me. Ooh, I forgot about the sword. I've reviewed the Tarn mold, in fact. My bludgeon, if I recall correctly, does not feel as good as my Tarn, which I believe was rare. Most people, I think, had the opposite. So I've been curious how No Mouth bludgeon is gonna feel. What was that? Oh, it's just his funny block. Where'd it go? I got it. I can chat while I get my ass kicked in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I mean, that's an efficient game to grind out, right? Because you play high roll OTK, and then you're jamming out like what, one game per minute. You're just like ba 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 ba. I win, I lose, I lose, I win, I win, I win, I lose, I win. Chivo. I do still have MMC Tarn. He's in one of my many stackable storage bins. Ramen bludgeon. Is that this? We calling this one ramen bludgeon? Ah! What is this? Some kind of like gravity physics? What friggin' try-hard dev turned this on? Sending a letter. Disgusting. You know, maybe focus on the player QOL experience, which means quality of life. Oh man, a whole bunch of those little plastic clippings just fell on the floor. I'll find them later. Deplorable. All right. Very soon, you will never see daylight again. Okie dokie, okie dokie. How professional. So this is a brand new mold to me. I've never messed with Beachcomber. In fact, I've only ever seen Beachcomber in a convention floor once. Stormbringer is almost 20 years old. Happy anniversary to the Stormbringer family. Hang on, we gotta put these in their biblical position. These things feel real old. The rest of this feels fine. They did the stick. Oh, I vaguely remember. Yeah, was it like a misstickered one? Ended up being the deco template or something. I think that stuff's funny. It's cute. It's cute. Hey, there we go. But yeah, also, sounds like everyone working at Hasbro when they were children, perhaps if they were when original Ruckus was out and they stickered theirs themselves and didn't keep it, or have it stickered correctly. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Do your homework and eat your vegetables before you have your dessert. He wears the belts on his wrists now. I mean, I do that sometimes. Ooh! I get the silicone wheels! I wasn't sure if he still had those. They still got a little bit of squish. So I believe... Ah, yes, his now springless TriggerCon thingamies. Stick these in there, and then we got Baba. Look at that, it's like it's spring-loaded, except it ain't. And he has some kind of gun as well. It's got wrist swivels. Discourse engage. 2 lazy. Doesn't have a... He's not maintaining a uniform number of lazies on the lazy bit. Lazy. Street cred's flushing down the toilet. Sounds like somebody wasn't studying for their exam and was playing Super Nintendo instead. Hello, Mistake Boy. Yes, it is a birthday celebratory stream of sorts, although my birthday was last week. But I stretch it multiple weeks in both directions because, like, what was some kind of friggin' birthday police? Are they gonna... the birthday police? Now they think they're gonna stop me? Fat chance. I already got born! Losers. Putting together a weapon, what destroys, so whatever. This gun shoots lasers. Yeah, exactly. As long as you need to be sufficiently birthed. And I ain't done being birthed yet. I need lots more nutrients. Ain't no one gonna kick those guts with me not around. This arm feels kind of loose. I gotta tighten up some of these mushroom pegamies. It's not like, you know, ragdolly, like, oh my god, loose, but there's a few parts on this that do feel a little bit like the mold has aged a touch. I'm chased by the birthday police on the run in Takara bumper car. Well, it's my birthday, and I can drive a very unwisely designed automobile if I want to. I think I mean, technically, we already know the massive dabbability of the Tarnjan mold, the Blood Darn mold. I don't know much about the dabbability of the Beachcomber mold, though. Oh, okay, we can do the thing. Oh, that's highly sufficient. Yeah. You have to work around the shoulder wheels a little bit, but it's very doable. I feel like unless the actor doesn't want it, we're closer now than ever before to SH Figart's Kogami. I feel like the world has brought us closer to that with every development, every global action. These things look alright when they're locked away. I'm gonna try to turn Ruckus into, a Truckus. Yeah. Ooh, this right here. It's got that little at the end. That feels really good. Ooh. There's little doors on the back, even. It's lush. It's like they care about me. Thank you. Thank you, Father. Cox. Chris Cox had nothing to do with this toy. He was already there when he got there. I think I was supposed to put the arms there before I folded the legs over. The Thoop. The Shik. The Shik. Not a K, it's more of a K. I've been getting more French noises into my mouth. From my my karaoke at home, for the sake of my mouth and my interests. I rolled in envie on the rotation, and I'm digging it. So these just like pop up like this then? I guess so. Hey, keyboard enthusiasts. Speaking of keyboard enthusiasts, I would say that this is definitely more on the creamy end with these linears, but real nice. A nice thwacky, not thwacky, or more like a thwacky. A bit more of a thunky. Spacebar. Oh yeah. Oh, what a lovely little car! It came out louder than I anticipated. You can quote me on that, but that's my review. Put it on the box. Yeah, this is nice. I would like to find the Beachcomber sometime and not pay more than $35 for it, Canadian dollars. That goes in the front. Well. Don't ever crash. You've got munitions right next to the... Thank you, Griff. I see now. I was wondering why it had an asymmetrical shape. Ooh. The silicone tires. They got that bounce. Oh man, you get on the cardboard up here. Check this out. He's really bouncing. Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna turn Bludgeon into a tank. I forgot Crankcase has a bumper blaster as well. Causing a ruckus, one might say. Are you reading Void Rivals? I haven't started it yet. It's on my... I want to read... I haven't really read... The only Energon universe I've read are the two soft trade paperbacks, number 1 and 2 for Transformers. I want to very much read all of it. It all sounds fun. I just haven't made the time yet. And I did the same thing with IDW 1 back in the day. There was a long period where I would just, like, hear about it, and then one day I just sat down and read, like, 3 years of it in a row. So, I am aware that Void Rivals is very much designed to bribe me, and I'm down with that. You know, we love it when people recognize my favorite G1 season. Being Season 3. Whoa! These poor cannons... They feel so aged. Like they've been around for a long time. Do I remember precisely how this works? No, but I can muddle my way through it easily enough. I mean, that's what the American dream is, isn't it? Huh? I don't even live there. I live in Canada. What's up? I got no floor space. But I support my friends. But yeah, I am a Season 3 truther. I like that it's a 1980s toy commercial cartoon season that represents consequences of plot. You don't get those a whole lot. What's up, Rosetta? Those cannons don't stick well on the side. Oh yeah, there's this Cyberverse Tarn, too. Yeah, these already didn't feel great on, like, my Tarn or my Bludgeon anyway, so I think that they're just, like... They're this figure's personal arthritis. It is the burden hardest to bear. Or, as they say, the giri. Cup taught me that. You may have heard of him. He's a Transformer. His name stands for pickup truck. Hey, this dude has like a new chest and whatnot as well, doesn't he? Why does a channel moderator have to sit through the starting ads? I don't know, Aaron. Why do I have to watch ads on my own videos when I turn them on my phone? Sometimes you know, I'm like, yo, I know you're not designed with, like, you know, user interface and whatnot at the forefront, but, like, have you considered why the person who uploaded the videos might be turning the video on? It might be to look at something. Have you considered crypto? I'm like, number one, no. Number two, good morning. Once upon a time, they did go, they had a very weird AdSense clause of, like, if we detect you're pumping your own ads, and I remember, like, when I was a younger YouTuber, I was all frightened, because I was like, what if I just want to know how my video looks? Am I strange for wanting to look at how my own video looks on the website I uploaded it to? I believe there have existed in our human history YouTubers who did try to, like, leave their own video running on loop. I feel like this was like an old YouTube, like, video response YouTube era thing that happened once, where someone was trying to, like, self-inflate view count personally on just one computer. Also, this is what happens to all of... I don't know. The chest plates always give me trouble on this figure. Ooh, big team update from Aaron. We are down to just 2 more Andy Ruse Gaming Gang signups to hit the bonus donation money. That's good to hear. There we go. But are you a YouTube... I was a YouTube partner before it was whatever it is now. Every time people tell me new things that they limit from non-partners, I'm always like, well, dang. I think it was either Lai or Emma or both through whom I learned that, like, my ability to actually schedule streams is like a massive, like, you know, long-term partner buff that I have, and I'm like, surely it would be better for everyone, though, if we can just, like, schedule streams. Get input into how the platform is run. Bah! I did find, because someone posted about it on Blue Sky, I found, what am I forget how this works. I found the button I can push to go to a field I can fill out to say, I don't want you to run PragerU garbage on my ad space. So there should not be any PragerU nonsense running on my ads on here. No, it was a Blue Sky post that said how you can, on your YouTube channel, say, I don't want ads to run from this URL, and then they put in the PragerU ad URL. Like, they basically instructed very clearly, like, what to put in there. Which I found helpful. Because I hate it when people tell me that they watch, like, my videos and then, like, you know, during American election season get American election ads, and I'm not even from that country, and I feel like somehow that's screwing me out of ad money. Thank you, Isaiah. I'm having a lot of trouble getting these things to... Okay, so we got this. That one's playing nice. This one is... There we go. That was super stonking tight. So true, JT, so true. Speaking of O Canada, apparently Ontario once again has all the new toys in the outskirts where I don't live, and with timing that does not suit me. So wish me luck. I might go check the Walmart near me later this week. See if they got I'm mostly, I think, looking for as far as stuff that I think I'll actually see. I mostly am looking for Micronus Prime. Because I can swing a deluxe. Oh, something feels wrong here. Oh, my eye is itching. It's all the cardboard particles in the air. Oh, that feels better briefly. Oh, thank you very much, Brainstorm 2002. That's much appreciated. The back cannons they're not like 100% supposed to be removable, but they've always been depluggable because they got like the split friction clip, and technically they are like sort of 5mm-ish. It feels like it was sort of a half-baked feature that got abandoned. I think I went over it in the Tarn video. Like, I got him to hold them, but it didn't feel great. It's Ontario, the cannon spawn point. It's the outskirts of Ontario at, like, 5 Walmarts that are all too far for me to go to. Yeah, Mimicry. I think they were, at some point, probably gonna be 5mm ports, and then, like, you know, for whatever reason or another that we're never gonna know, they ended up different. Why do I remember this working differently? Yeah, all they had was the Evo. All Evo and no fusion makes Johnny a hungry boy. This is the part that even on the bludgeon mold just doesn't work for me at all, is like trying to get that tab and that little divot slot there to meet, as they obviously are supposed to, and it just never happens. Aaron, oh shoot, I'm also nearing the halfway mark to Dahir InShot madness. If Aaron and Andy Rue's gaming gang do hit their metrics, Aaron will, for your entertainment, make himself watch Dahir InShot, something that he finds genuinely painful. And he'll do it for the kids. I remember now. This goes back there, and then these go on top. Dahir in season! I love it when Bludgeon's sword iconically mounts on the side of his tank mode, thusly. Cliff, welcome. You're never late. You're always on time. For you. Yeah, these colors are fun. Thank you very much to you who gifted these to me. I appreciate it greatly. I finally hold in my hands a beachcomber alike. Finally, I can consider myself part of the 2%. Oh yeah, since I got him right over here in the random pile that's been sitting there for 100 years. There are your Bludgeons. I like them. I think I've yelled about it constantly, but like these kind of alt modes, do no wrong by me. So I am not the person to seek out if you want to get the Cybertronian alt mode snark. I ain't got it. I would be lying. Oh, Red, I appreciate that, but no, like I think shipping objects from America to Canada is still probably prohibitively expensive for the citizenry. Yeah, I do also appreciate how different these two look with the different chests. It's like two different weird tank skulls. This one has like a Sinistar mouth. This one's just got a big nose. Welcome back, Sideswipe Prime. Hello, Trans Salamander. Thank you very much. Yeah, for anyone who has joined, for full disclosure, my birthday was last week. So I'm Doc's invincible, baby! You'd have to come all the way over to Toronto to find... You'd have to come all the way over to Canada to... You never will know where I live or who I am. Make them kiss, easy. Is that what... I was about to say, is that what they call clanking? But society has malformed a once beautiful term, apparently. So now that means something else. Well, even without our reciprocal funny numbers, shipping from the States to Canada, with any kind of insurance, to my understanding, has been borked ever since the U.S. Postal Service was gutted at the turn of the decade. At least that's my understanding for like package mail, but you know, I'm operating off of second, third-hand information. Aaron and I did some research into shipping one pack of 15 cards. I have noticed that that Americans can send bubble envelope or letter mail cards on cheaper shipping. So that's doable for flat objects, I believe. But yeah, physical objects, especially with any kind of insurance, are why a lot of, you know, that's why if you're a Canadian and you go on Etsy, a lot of things are like, yeah, it's $25 to $30 shipping. Because as I understand it, shipping can be less expensive without insurance. However, with the, we'll call them proclivities of the United States postal system and its various interlinked systems and the stresses they are subjected to, for instance, right now, it's a little hinky-dinky if you're going to start sending things like uninsured, is my understanding. And shipping metaphysical objects even... Yeah, listen, you know how many... Listen, okay, number one, I'm dark woke. Number two, what I was about to say and then didn't, so I'll just explain myself now that I started. And then I was like, oh, maybe that's too dark. I was gonna say, I keep trying to ship thoughts and prayers. Anyway, that's horrible. We should open the other thing. See, technically, that's not my fault, because somebody else was like, metaphysical things. Like, what am I supposed to do? Leave the bit alone? Like, it's not my fault. That's right, I got my... my Dark Woke Classic. There we go. So this other thing was sent by someone else, who I believe is fine with being revealed. But I'm gonna make you do it. You do it. I feel weird about it. You do it. You do it. Kamen Rider W, but it's called Woker. Woker. This one's from Sideswipe Prime. The last one, I don't know if the last one's person said that they sent it. I can't remember. Biclone. The last one was sent by Connor McClure. I don't want to put you on the spot though. I always feel weird about that. Here's the thing, right? Number one, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm so innocent. But, like, I hung around Diaclona too much, and so now I think ironic grunting of the phrase woke is, like, really funny. So you gotta, listen, it's not my fault. I am brought up in an environment that is warping me, and really, the education system is what is to blame here. Always blaming women. I mean, am I right, fellow? The ceiling just caves in on my head. So we're gonna deal with it. We're gonna deal with it. We live in an environment where you get what you freaking deserve. Hoo 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 hoo. It is I almost said Mystery Incorporated. It's Mystery Incorporated's own Robert Stackness. I don't think I can fit the backdrop on there. I forgot the Commander toys also have backdrops. Let's see what we can do. Hey, you remember... Remember the classic scene when Ultraman is fled? So I have messed with one of these briefly. Face Forward, on one of my visits to my mom, lent me his for a couple days. Hey, Petey, thank you very much. I did have a moment last week where I was like, I don't know how to, is it reverse parasocial, where I was like, I'm not sharing my birthday with the streaming, void. I should be sharing my birthday with the streaming void. I'm not being void inclusive. I'm nipper styling these plastic things. I just don't have enough visual space to do it in a way that is entirely shareable, so live vicariously with me as we make these things cease to live. How could you do this to us? Well, it's because I am dark woke. Did you know that I also, like, I don't actually really know what that means. I just think it's really funny to refer to myself as dark woke. Because somebody just asked me out of the blue, are you dark woke? And I was like, yeah! And I never really looked it up. It just seems like, yeah, it seems about right. Not knowing what dark woke is dark woke. Yeah, you got it, baby! Ignorance is a choice and a bliss. Blah. A load of hoopla. Who would do that? Just handing me a loaded gun and saying, like, by the way, the bullets are ethical. And I'm like, you're right, they are! This mold is really weird because, like, it's this useless little thing. I noticed this when Face Forward lent me his for a couple days, and then I proceeded to look at this figure only in digital photography again for a while. This guy's shoulders, even now I'm looking at the monitor, his shoulders do not look this wide in person. I don't understand why it's like such a massive difference. Like, he looks different to these than he does to these there on the monitor. Like, it's really messed up because I can look between the two like this, and it's... Anyway. Just rip his friggin' cardboard spine out. I almost was gonna... Look, I had a weird August, okay? So I'll just say it. Once again, like, just lots of words in my brain. I was like, rip his cardboard spine out. Like the liberal he is, brothers! And I, like, chug a giant can of, like, horse erection medicine or whatever. Dark woke shoulder width. So look, this isn't tissue. This is a friggin', cocaine packet. They coffined the thing in packing tape. I should tell the top Urban Dictionary. I mean, look, it can't be as bad as when I looked up what garfing is. Oh, that one mostly made me mad because I thought I invented the word garfing. And I was simply informed of dark woke, so it can't possibly ruin it for me. Means you purport to be morally enlightened, but actually aren't. Ignorance is both a decision and bliss, baby! Is Garfing not hating money? I thought it was a Garfield thing! And I was all proud of myself, like, oh, Garf lifestyle, we're Garfing it. And then I was like, you know that, so I've talked about this before. When you invent a word, but it has just the right mouthfeel, where you're like, I should go see if this is a slur. So I looked up Garfing, and then basically it already existed in Urban Dictionary, and it is basically a portmanteau, which means goon barfing, which is about as literal as it sounds. Don't take horse Viagra, no person is meant to withstand that kind of an erection. But I'm the chosen one, who is fated to bring balance to the Force. I went AFK and came back to goon barfing. It's academic, okay? I mean, it's not, look, it's like, it's educational. I'm teaching y'all things. This is what we're doing, by the way. We're getting all the bits at. More like bring balance to the horse! Damn it. That's a good one. Remember when Magnus got garfed by Galva? There was no... I wouldn't call that a garfing. So damn, I see why they put this much tape on. There's so many little... It's just, this is how... Okay, like, not to be like, you know, back in my day. This is how stolen Chinese toys were shipped to me off eBay back in the late aughts. Like... Does Nick Roche know what garfing is? No, I've kind of held garfing close to my chest. You could call it maybe, it's kind of like my silver bullet, aka my green bullet, aka my sticky bullet, aka my warm bullet, aka my liquid bullet. AKA my damn, this thing was under like another layer in there. I think I got all the bits out. I keep the garfing close to my chest so it smears under my shirt and nobody knows what I'm doing. So my Universal Gochizo was packed from China to the U.S. Yeah, it's an what is it? The AliExpress Classic is like that with those plastic corner things if it is cubular. Ew! I didn't start this. This is not my fault. As I said, I'm just an innocent victim of the culture that surrounds me. I'm, what do you know, what's that phrase? Oh boy, these ears. We didn't start the garfing. It was... Walls were already that color. A dark woke. He was a dark woke garfer. I'm just gonna stick some bits and pieces on this guy for a sec. Hoo 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 hoo. Yeah, we're doing the Evo Fusion. Evo Fusion! And then he shoots it. My father was a garfer, and he was dark woke. Those are some detented ass elbows. Isn't garfing technically Evo Fusion? No, there are no pegs involved. Does he have a matrix included, or is that just the light being weird? No, there's one in there. He's got a whole spring-loaded dealie, if I recall correctly. This is frictioned on like this. Doink! Yeah, there you go. Sit him up a little bit. That's his chamber. Yeah, these are spring-loaded bits. They are translucent plastic painted on both sides. It pops open because it doesn't want to be in there. I am so proud that Optimus Prime has bequeathed to me leadership of the oh, it keeps happening. I don't. Keeps that funny. Little rascal, always trying to. There's this shrieking voice from inside his chest. It's like, let me out. It is spring loaded. Upside down. Oh yeah, the two forky things are supposed to be on the top. I can deal with that. I didn't even mean to do it. I just was gonna. Oh, wait a second. Are these funny? No. They can't be funny. I'm funny. There we go. Showed you my chamber. Please respond. Ma'am! Ma'am, urgent! Please check DMs. I have showed you my chamber. Ma'am! Oh, Rob Stein, we only just got him open. It took me about 100 years to unearth all his accessories from the packing tape, tissue paper cocoon they were in. Excuse me, ma'am, I have sent DMs. I noticed you left me on red when I sent DM pic of chamber. Please respond, urgent. Is that light piping? Looks like. Oh, yeah. Probably is. Probably is. Oh, I dug Ruckus. That was, Cliff, that was my first time with the Beachcomber mold family. So he felt pretty good. I liked the manual trigger guns. Unsolicited chamber picks are never cool. I really like that joint. Hang on. That is definition buttery, that forward hip. Yeah, this light pipe catcher back here, I'm turning him away from the light. I have to turn him this way, I think. Yeah, look at that. This is catching it. That's catching it. I'm asleep. I'm awake. I'm asleep. I'm awake. I'm asleep. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm alive. Ah. I can't shut up about the buttery joints because they're so tasty. That's a clicker right there. That is a clicker. I don't have the connectivity for it, but like somewhere in there, something clicker trained. It's just a smooth, tight, frictional. This is the Unga Bunga walk. Yeah, when do we get the sleep mode? The commander, I mean, that's two of them they could... But yeah, when do we get the... No, this is the corpse version Magnus... Corpse version Commander Magnus and sleep mode Commander Optimus. Like, 300 Canadian dollars plus of corpse repaints. He does pop apart, yeah. How does all the... Where's the Combiner Wars ass looking... Here we go. Just gotta give one speech. Oh, no, my leg fell off. Just... Oh, I dropped my gun. No, it's one more. Doink! Oh, no, it's open again. Oh, it's just like the nightmares. Oh. I think the arms do it too, but I don't... Oh, no, wait, no, that's just the joint. Excuse me. Excuse me. Clicker training joke on a Vangelus stream. What a time to be alive. Listen, it's 2025 and we are surviving and we are thriving and I exist because I demand it. Yeah, it's this little pop-out funny business we're doing here. Stay in there. Oh, Hoops, you got the 4-pack. That thing just came out at EB Games, a fine Canadian company, not a bit anymore. Oh, part is to flip up first, okay. Anyone who wants to be a puppy clicker can or a puppy can clicker train. It's 2025. Get with the freaking program. Shoot. Oh, freak. I still think it's really funny, and I have the humorous bone where forced applications of freak as a cuss word in YouTuber voice still make me incredibly amused. I think it's really funny. Oh, you never messed with 3 of the molds before? Yeah, those are... I mean, the Headmaster Junior mold, I think that's like... Is that still being remolded off of Mindwipe? I can't remember. But the vehiculars are all very solid. And before Fans Project... yeah. City Commander 2 for the 4-pack Magnus. Someone... I'm sure someone can even, like... It seems like a 3D printer project almost to do, various upgrades for G1 Toy Optimus. JTM, thank you very much for the supporter member message. G1 Season 3 had an episode about Magnus's birthday. That's right. That's right. I saw it mentioned there's a lift-up bit of me for the arm pop, and I somewhat recall... But, oh, wait, is that it? Hey, Ultra Magnus, can you use that special engineering that makes your arms fly off? Why? I don't know, it's funny. Go to hell. Everybody bullies me. Also, Magnus can just straight up, you know, everything's, you know, he goes out to give his speech, you know, one leg just, oh, now I can't do it. Hang on. He's going to give his speech. His fly comes undone. Oh, dang it. Oh, let's go deal with, putting that fly back, and then as he goes to do that, his leg just falls off. Oh no! Darn! And then it's freaking doink! Oh, Jesus! Oh, no! The manifestation of my stage fright is truly embarrassing and humiliating. Eric Hawk, thank you very much. Sirens were cops coming to arrest Magnus's bullies. And the bullies are just like... Go read these comic books, you'll see he's awoke! Cops just start bullying Magnus as well. No! Dark Engineering. I know you're particular about articulated toy hands. Is wondering what you thought about the Fans Toys Combiner hands. If I recall what I saw of the Superion one, it looked pretty cool. They got spread, right? So that was good to see. It's not a bad... It made me think of the hands on here. It's not a bad hand on here either. I'm gonna... Actually, is this really in the way? Not really. It's helping me keep him in shot. Whatever. All this guy cares about is spread. Look, I'm not very hard to please. I'm just very particular. Tripredicus, the deep woke triumvirate. You can't read their blog without onion skimmer or whatever it's called. I believe this is also second run Magnus. I don't know if that means anything, but he feels pretty good. I'm a simple man with simple needs. Clickers and butter and spread. That's all I'm looking for. Big question. Should I eat pretzel or extra cheddar goldfish? Goldfish? Okay, so I am assuming, are we talking snack pretzels, or are we talking actual bread pretzel with, like, salt crystals? If it's snack pretzel, then do the goldfish. It's more fun. Oh, I gotta try to turn this guy into a truck. Types of gold... cheddar. I'm like the villain of a kid's movie where I'm like... Those goldfish are goldfish! They can't also be pretzels! Not in my town! Not in my neighborhood! I'm from the Homeowners Association! Magnus... Punch! Oh, there's the bit where it comes off. God blimey, this bloke's a bloody lorry, isn't it? Yeah, the HOA, the main villain in every kid's movie. You know what I'm talking about. Exactly. I don't know, I just assume stuff like Mr. Wilson or whatever is like... I guess A, a villain, and B, a member of the Homeowners Association. Extend arm... Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait. Look at the sheer dimensions of that dab. Oh, Hoops, you didn't mess with SS-86 Bumblebee yet. Yeah, that toy kicks ass. The fact some Americans have had that toy available to them on clearance for like 11, 12 American dollars, and I'm just like, I don't know, do you like cars that turn into little things, little dudes, little friends? Get one of those things for just over 10 bucks, just do it. Inspector Dabjit. Doo-doo. Ooh. Did you hear that? Listen. Ooh. Ooh. You, you got some of the, you got some click locks in that, you got some click locks on the, on that side boob, Thank you, John, for the hubbub. I appreciate it. Oh, Computron's, damn it. I have it written down somewhere. Well, in my Combiner Wars fiction, there are 2 Computrons. And so they each have their own call-out. Transalamander, as for click locks, when I got BA and my surgeon said insurance didn't cover it, shake my dang. Yeah, I mean, friggin'. It used to be a country, right? Like. The folks keep taking our click locks! Yeah, Unite Warrior. Oh no, in Combiner Wars there is Computron and Betatron, right? Because there's Scattershot and Scattorshot, who are 2 completely different characters. SAC86 at $25 pre-tax. Yeah, it was. I know there were like Targets and Walmarts had it on sale, but like I saw it on Amazon. I actually got mine off Amazon America for like $11. Because even with the shipping and import taxes, it was cheaper than retail up here. The box set was Computron, because Betatron was just Scattershot. And then I was just going to use the Unite Warriors one as like a second/third one. I was going to say that in my headcanon, Computron just starts self-propagating with the advent of Combiner Scramble technology. Look at the sheer distance on this guy, and he's just like, I'm gonna tickle ya. I'm gonna tickle ya. Ooh. I'm gonna touch your face. I'm gonna touch your face. I'm gonna touch your face. I'm touching your face. You can't do anything about it. Because I'm all the way over here. Nobody will ever believe you. Nobody will ever believe you. I refuse to let this toy of the year for me be Matt Pat. I mean, he only had, like, 2 lines. Didn't Matt Pat Computron like die immediately, or am I I mean, look, far be it from me to misremember the events of Machinima's Combiner Wars / Titan's Return / The Power of the Primes. I mostly remember Matt Pat Computron sounding like someone trying to sound like Soundwave without a vocoder, but maybe I'm just being mean. Computron died in the intro video that was also the start of the show. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, be mean, you're dark woke, remember? Yeah, you know. Hello, Purple Guy _310. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, old third-party stuff has aged very interestingly on the aftermarket. I hate using that term to be the aftermarket. It's, you know, it's old toys that stopped being made years ago. Yeah, yeah. The Southern Overlord is a good time. I did not see MatPat as getting into politics, but my immediate thought... I don't really know anything about... I missed game theory. I only hear of it. But the first thing I thought was Mayor MatPat because it alliterates, and I was like, that'd be pretty funny. Like, we already have Mayor WWE's Kane. So, whatever. That's the... By the way, I'm gonna try to do it. I saw one of you talking about this. I'm gonna try to figure out if I can. Same, Connor. Yeah, yeah. It's just it's thumbnails, pictures of the Pope, and now streamers who say it's just a theory, ha 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 ha. And then I asked someone once, I was like, "What's this about?" And they told me. I'm like, "I get it now." I do have both gas tanks on my cab, as they say. I have been often told I have both gas cans on my cab, if you know what I mean. Oh. Damn. We seen the new Wild Duck King Dargon. Yeah, the Gigatron homage, unofficially, kind of blatantly, with that chest detail. Yeah, we're gonna fold these down before I knock something over. There we go. Yeah, I assumed, unless, you might have told me, I just don't remember. Yeah, Fuzzy Bunny Man's, I'm assuming, came with one of those missing. Which is messed up, because that's like a thick-ass, rivet-ass pin. So that is a bummer. Hang on, we got this. Oh, I got this. How in the name of... Mischievous, I'm gonna try to. It sounds like, I'll have 100 opportunities per week to watch it. Because, you know, I have to give some kudos to whoever it is at Shout that, like, is... What? You didn't see that! You didn't see... Hang on. Nothing came off. Nothing came off. Nothing came off. Don't embarrass me. Get back on the... whoa! Technical difficulties. Look over there. Someone is being so, content right now. Wow. Wow. Embarrassing and, cringe is what they're being over there. Oh. There, you see what you do. You know, if you're some kind of tourist, you wouldn't know this, but you want to get this part to actually hook onto there, and then simply separate this part. You simply... It's real easy, yeah. Just separate that part right there. And it is hooked on, it is hooked on, it is hooked on, it is hooked on. You can see right there. It's hooked right in there. and then you simply fold those up. Back on track, you were talking about Shout Factory. I don't even know why you would need a factory to make shouts. What are those? Do they make audio cassettes? Wait, where's the buttery click coming from now? Was it always there inside me? Now that I've proven that I can do this, I'm just going to take this off for the sake of simplicity. On purpose, by the way. So, I'm pretty sure somebody or somebodies, as part of the Shout Factory process, have been, like, you know, doing the equivalent of showing, you know, new great uncle how to download a channel app onto the Roku stick, and they managed to convince whatever in the process it may be that's probably on the Toei end to have the new episode of Zet's simulcast at its given time, and then just simply loop 24/7 until Monday. And they have also said that they are going to have 5 episode. Or not. I think I saw 5 episodes, but the main word was mini marathons down the road that will also be fully VODed, so they'll just be sitting there during the course of the show's run, is my assumption, because I don't know how else that would work. But basically, somebody on I have to assume on the Shout Factory side, and I'm sure there are people in the Toei system that are trying. I assume anyone in the Toei system that's younger than the age of 60. You can practically see the controller being wrestled away from Grandpa's hands. And I'm glad, you know, I'm glad. I'm glad that they're able to sort it out better than how it looked at the start. Where's my little thingamy? Oh, it's up here now. Excuse me. Well, also, the goofy thing is that the new episodes are available, I believe, on demand for like a week on TV something and Abema, the two things that Geets kept telling me about when I watched it on YouTube. PT, apparently the Latin America distribution is going to go up as soon as the episode finishes airing in Japan, while the US will have to wait 2 hours. Quiver, thank you, and Abema. Now we can get the Youngbloods to get Grandpa Bandai Namco, or now can we get the Youngbloods to get Grandpa Bandai Namco to lock in with its properties and not spend billions on a VR theme park? Listen, we got every battle is a struggle and every struggle is a battle, as they say. Okay, thank you, PT. So, Quiver and Abema will host the latest episode for 1 week for free, right up until the next episode goes live. So it is very, yeah, the systems are already in place in their own ways. Like every assumption I made on about the Toei end, it's very funny. It has felt like, at least, a constant thing of like, well, maybe it's just like this, and it's like, no, they do that over there already. And it's like, oh. Oh. Okay. So, all of that said, that is why, I'm mostly also because what I was gonna say is I'm mostly focused on the positives, and part of the reason for that is that every single little development also means it will be infinitely easier for rips of the show to go on Catsite, so that even when they are not available a la carte on demand, they will be, just in the old way. So to me, it's just a giant net positive. And it's like, is it worse than 2 Pro and Ultraman? Yes. But I like both, so I don't really care. I mean, I mostly care in that I would like them both to be good, but Ultraman's real good at it. And I like Ultraman, and I like Toei's stuff, so hey, you know, as long as one of them's good at it. Obviously, the comparison is so straightforward, like, yeah, make the comparison. I'm not saying, like... I should say, I'm not saying, like, just enjoy your vegetables, but, like... I think the only thing that we, the people, really have affectation over is observing. And then, in my opinion, I think it's worth giving the likely due credit to someone at Shout for... This bit rotates. Somebody at Shout for not just giving up on the communications day one, I guess. I think this just works like this. Or does this whole thing fold out somehow? I don't see a joint. I think Power Rangers is in a very funny, weird, funny place, is what I would say. I vaguely recall something about this crotch. It's a nice piece is what it was. If I were to make assumptions, which I am, it would be that the Power Rangers license... It is a separate piece! Look at that, I knew it. It would be that the Power Rangers license is, probably a very, like, cleanly or maintained thing. Recall the crotch. I'll recall yours! Oh, there is a moving part there. The heck? Was this down or up when I start? I don't remember. What's up, Chris Muse? It was down for Robot. Okay, so I simply used my natural talent as a connoisseur of the transforming plastics to know I was simply supposed to bop it up there in the first place. Damn, it's hard being talented. Hello, thank you, Nemesis Tomato. I gotta read this one out loud from Chatter Verspringen. We got a quote, random quote, picked out from chat just to show some representation of the live services that we provide and engage in here on youtube.com/advangelist. Now, who did this person say here? Hasbro can lick my gonod sentai testiger. Anime fans, I don't understand you, but I appreciate you. These legs do a little compressy, don't they? They do a little squishy. They do a little fold inward Z. What other baby talk can I layer onto this? They do a little, stuff me in a boxy. What? Sensible chuckle. There we go. They do a little double foldsy. They do a little crack the kneesy, as they say. I forgot Boxy was a human. So, to my credit and defense, I was not actually trying to reference famous, YouTuber? Boxy with multiple X's. I was trying to speak in some baby talk to be cute, and somewhat ironic. I cracked my kneesy last night. Oh no! You gotta... Got a little... Hang on. Wait. This is gonna be worth it. You got a little quickie quacky on the kneesy weesy. Oh, boo boo. Uh-oh. Was Boxy part of the era where every video had a chain of reply videos? Yes, I believe so. Fuzzy Bunny Man, have a good sleep. And I hope work is kind as possible to you in the morning. Spectre voice. That's just where the chords went. Okay, that's just where they went. Why is he bowing out like this? I'm missing something here. Laying on the ground with broken knees. It's not funny! It's not funny! Help! Please, help! I am in... Help! Help, I need somebody, help! He's singing a song, everybody! No, I'm not. I'm not trying to sing a song. Jesus Christ. My knees are broken. Someone, please. These might not be totally clicked in. Dang it! Hello, Richard Reyes. Oh, it's no rush at all. I appreciate the annual birthday art. It's very kind of you. Ugh. Good thing I never broke a single toy in my entire life. So here's the question. When I do this, is this supposed to end with a click? That's the question that I have. YouTube poop tennis. Oh, that was classic. My favorite remnant of YouTube poop, and why I think it was, don't do that. Oh, okay. You should not do that. Oh. Oh. Okay. But what if I just try a little bit more? Yeah, I don't think there's any click to be had there. The inner flap should click to the larger flap. The inner blue flap, I'm assuming we mean, because I did click that in. Just here to cause chaos. Damn it! That dang Ken Noise Maze got me again. Oh no, this doesn't click, does it? I don't see a means for it to do. So, should this click when it gets to here, is my question. Do I want to keep pushing the... Oh! Yes, I do. It just clicked. I invented it! I did that all by myself. Nobody helped me. That was all me. Oh, damn. Damn. It's hard being a scholar. It's hard being talented. It's hard being an academic of the plastic toy medium. Whoa, all by myself. Oh, I knew to do that all by myself. I'd like to thank my mentor, Ken Noise Maze, for guiding me there. Ah, my knees. Hey, look, everyone, it's that guy who keeps joking about having broken legs dancing on the floor again. What are we if not a series of clicks and crunches? Anyway, the thing that I think is beautiful about YouTube poop and why it I think stands as a defensible actual cultural touchstone is the number of people in the mid-late 2010s who were, like, you know, entering their 20s and starting to do stuff on the internet, and a means of interpersonal communication was speaking in YouTube poop edits, by which, like, speaking in the disjointed, repetitious syllable, hard-cut staccato that is unique and will only ever be of YouTube poops. And that is a bit that people would do, citing, I learned how to do that for fun as a kid. I think defensively says YouTube poops were a cultural institution. Yes, that's me. I'm one of those people. There you go. There you go. I knew it. Also, dang, that transformation was actually pretty neat. Oh, there's a trick for this. I remember off Faces. There's a funny trick for these. Yes. Landed right on my subwoofer where I was aiming to toss him gently. This is a real implied connection, isn't it? Oh, there was like some funny trick to this. I remember I felt so smart when I found the spot on Faces, and now I don't... Wait. No, it's not you either. I know, I can see the way, Magnus Trailer, that you're looking at me with a quiet and smug pride, but when I find your funny slot, I am going to use it, and I am going to use you, and I am going to break you, and I'm going to laugh afterwards. Verspringen says, there are still some old YTP attempts on my channel. Don't watch them. User Verspringen says, why would you out me like that? Chris. Don't know who that is. This can't be it, though. There's a funny tab on each of these. Is this really it? I thought I was smarter than this. Look, I can't be held responsible for everything people post in public chat that might or might not happen to be in my eye line when I glance slightly to my left. Ugh. I was like, I wonder if this bit comes apart. It only kinda does. We'll just hold that to get. Wait, how many of these do I get? What's all this dried glue looking type stuff here? User PT saying, please don't read this. Hang on, I'm just going to do a little bit of quick toy repair on something that definitely, you know, doesn't need repair, because, like, I've never broken a single toy in my entire life, but, you glazing over this alt mode is convincing me to transform my Magnus for the first time since 23. I love it when we refer to years that were like 2 years ago with the apostrophe, because it makes it feel like they were actually like 100 years ago. Oh, that reminds me. I tried to ride the so that Gears number one. I'm extremely proud of my Diaclone Reboot Diabattles video. I'm incredibly proud of it. It represents a whole lot to me. But then I got really worried right afterwards that I would, like, be inactive for, like, a month, because that happens to me sometimes when I do something I'm very proud of. So I forced myself to make that Gears video, and I made that Gears video in 24 hours from start to finish. So I decided to try to hold on to that energy. So yesterday morning, I wrote the entire next video script using another random, just, you know, small transformer that's been in the messy pile to my left since like 2020. So that I still have to film the rest of that, but that script is done and recorded. And the little spoiler I'll give you is that at least 2 or 3 times the main bit of the video is I keep referring to the year 2021 as though it was decades ago. It has nothing to do with the toy itself. It's just while I was writing it, I thought it was funny, because I noticed that people, you know how people always want to go like, oh, birthday boy, birthday old man. Whenever I turn that around on them and start gleefully talking about how long ago things have happened, a lot of people very quickly not only clam up, but start going like, but no, not to me, no, not to me. So, I amped it up a little bit again, because I find it quite fun. And also, it lets me spread the existential dread a little bit, but in a fun, healthy way. Tell them about the... oh, yeah, here, I got an audio clip from the video I can share with you all. So, there was a part... I shared some of the script on the Discord, and there's a part where I had the phrase, "Bah," followed by the :3 kitty smiley face as part of the script. To which somebody was like, I dare you to read it that way. And I was like, MF! The script's already been recorded! So I have an excerpt here, which will give away what the toy is. The Transformers Wikipedia says this is a loose approximation of a General Motors M551A1 Sheridan ARAAV, or ARAV. I think it tank, but... So I think I already nailed that take myself. I I don't see how that could be any more bad. Any more :3. Thank you very much, thank you. I was going for a very parallel eto bleh on that one. But I had already written bleh, so I figured I'll save the eto bleh for later. I just get very... So number one, let me explain the layers of writing, let me explain the layers of my writing to you. Number one, I think it's extremely funny to call the TF Wiki the Transformers Wikipedia. I find that incredibly funny. Also, I think it's very funny when a Transformer that achieves an approximation of a real-life vehicle mode has an incredibly long real name like that, Tank. And so I think it's very funny to read the entire name, and then after I read the entire name, I thought it was very funny to just say it looked like, or to say it Tank. I have not got the GoBots 3-pack. No, I am, so I was talking about this in the Discord a little bit. The GoBots 3-pack is lingering at EB Games Canada still and has been discounted twice. So it's down to 70 Canadian. So now I want to not pay more than 60 Canadian for it because there's 3 toys in it. And that would mean I'm paying $20 per deluxe for modern deluxes. And it's still lingering. I still see those GoBot 3-packs at the 2 EB Games I go to, which means I'm the only one who wants them. And so I'm waiting now. I'm doing the gamba. I'm waiting. I want EB Games itself to take me by the shoulder one day when I go to browse in Electronics Boutique Canada games and take me to the back and go like, "Hey there, Chris. You're the only one who understands. So here, have another discount." That's what I want. I want them to recognize I'm the only person in the entire country who is still picking up that 3-pack and going, and then putting it back down. That's what I want. Hubris, yes, but it's worth it to me. Yeah, we've got the one, they're both, well, one of them's kind of far, but we got the flagship one across the Eaton Center, and then the one over at Dufferin Mall. So I have 2 I can check, which feels very cool. I paid full price because I respect GoBots. I respect GoBots! Do not spread the fake, false rumor that I disrespect GoBots. I just also respect a good gamba. And you know what? Hey, I could be pouring money into Umamusume, but I'm not. I'm doing a good, honest, long-term gamba. It's been a year now since those things hit shelves, which means very soon I get to see my prize. I get to see the GoBots 3-pack with the red sticker of finality. And then I'm going to be a winner, because it's going to be $60, and then when I go to check it out, they'll say, "Do you have a membership?" And I'll be, "I do have a platinum card. Make that $54, please, and thank you." It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Yeah, Verspringen, you get it. You're either selling it to me, or you aren't selling it at all. So do you want to solve your problem? Do we just cut to the chase, or do I be the patient one? Do I have to still be the mature one here? It's so hard being so friggin' mature and humble. Uma Musume reference is this 3 weeks ago. Look, you don't have to clock me like this. That's... Hello, bees! We are still due birthday debrief stream. I've been opening a thing that Sideswipe Prime sent to me very kindly. It goes without saying, thank you so much. We should all just start haggling at every... Yes! We should... Nothing would be more fair to every person working a retail 9 to 5, then wandering into stores and just saying like, "I'll give you 20. I guess I'm leaving," and just like slowly marching out, glancing over your shoulder as you get going. Oh boy, howdy. And Connor too, thank you so much. I never want people to feel they need to do any leaving this. Oh, dang it. I drove away another paying customer. I never want it to be assumed that like it's gifting time, because like watching stuff using the code especially, or doing the support so many of you already do is gift enough. However, some years back people wanted to know if there was a list, so I was like, yes, here is a list, and so that's how we arrived at this point. And let me reach behind reality for a second. At this point, actually, now that we're here, maybe we can just, well, look at that. Zarin Scribbles, I don't think I've seen you on the YouTube end in a while. Hello and thank you. Put that back there again. You know it would be even fun. It would be not funnier. Not fun. There's no. This isn't humorous. This is serious. You know it would be even more clever and dark woke. Is if in 2025 you walked into an EB Games GameStop or anywhere that sells like media of some kind, and you go like, "Excuse me, do you have Battletoads?" Like it would be a really cool way to just get like. If you just want to find out if Valhalla is real, right? If you want to discover if Klingons are among us, and simply take a batleth to the spine, I hear that is a great way to do so. Oh, thank you, Zarin. Yeah, I should say I saw a couple more folks popped in. My birthday was last week, but I extend the festivities multiple weeks in both directions because schedules are kooky, and, like, I was busy. So we're just having a good old debrief, a fun time celebratory. I forgot about the "we have Battletoads." That was that's the worst part. That's when the corpo got in on it and we're like, "Here, have a pin so you have to participate." I can't actually remember anymore if they made a new Battletoads. Remember when Vangelus said it's venging time and vangled all over those guys? That's classic. That's classic. My favorite Vangelus moment was when he broke into my home and said it's gifting time and stole Transformers. Yeah, I mean, you left him. You could have baggied the missiles, to be quite frank. Vangelus is a teenage girl with his B-Day, and we respect that. Listen! I'm simply trying to celebrate me and how cute and adorable I am with my toy truck and my... And my gummy candies. They're very dark woke. Look, they say they're tough. Alright? I am practically brimming with, I got ooh-woo bubbling out of my pores, and, I was gonna say I'm naturally growing a maid costume on my epidermis. Hello, Sammy. Was I old enough to vote to kill Jason Todd? No. When I learned about that, I was still, big boy gummy. Thank you, Chris Muse. I learned about the Jason Todd thing some years after it happened, and I spent several years of my childhood going like, they had a phone number about comic books? It's true. You know what I could use, actually? Some lemon alpha. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah! Like I told everyone. Like I told them all. Very dry now. I'm like Sephiroth and the Joker put together. Once you meet me, nothing's ever gonna be the same. Do you know Grog and or Thog? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. It's gonna be the power source for Chris's magical girl transformation. If I was... So here's my question. When you get given whatever your, like, compact mirror, whatever, to magical girl, do you have time to work out the dance moves, or are they improving the first time and committing it to memory? Do you know Hawk and or Tua? Didn't know we had boomers in the audience. They're forced into you via the device, directly inserted into your brain like the Matrix. The dance moves are genetic. So we're just... Okay. Yeah, we're rolling with the Madoka thing. Yeah, there we go. I like that, like every answer was very quick and automatic, and like, no, it is injected into their mind. It's like, okay, yeah. I guess I wouldn't really have a say then in like what any of my magical girl henshin would be, because it would simply be laced into my cortex. So I guess we'll find out, right? My feed paused right after the if I. True. This was public knowledge. I'm in Canada, okay? Like, we have a different education system here. Is it henshin when it's magical girls? My understanding is yes, it is still henshin. Your dance, of course. I know my dance would be beautiful. I'm like the Joker mixed with Sephiroth. I'm gonna turn this back into a body. Education system. But yeah, magical girls are still henshin heroes, and Precure is basically tokusatsu, except not live action. And is that still really tokusatsu? I don't know. I just remember I was learning back in the aughts when, like, you know, M was still vaguely useful. That's where I learned that, like, yes, Precure is Kamen Rider, just it's anime. And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. I got addicted to henshin heroin once. It was kind of rough. Well, I mean, listen, the journey of recovery is the only journey that truly matters. I'm mostly doing a bit. Like, to be honest, I am one of the anal types who's very much like tokusatsu is inherently live action, because the word literally means live action special effects. But then I go on to be one of the types who, like, despite not really watching it that much, I was very quick to jump aboard the train when the topic came up the first time around in the 2000s. To say, like, yes, Doctor Who is tokusatsu because it's live action special effects. Like, if the people making it have, like, a kind of weird, embarrassed vibe around it, like, that's their problem, but, like, they are making a live-action special effects show. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Words have to mean things! So I slammed my gavel and sucked on my cigar. The aughts were a different time! Tokusatsu who? Why did it take us till 2025? Popped a lemon. I popped so much lemon alpha. I've actually been popping just as much lemon beta as lemon alpha. It's not even a bit, by the way. It's what the packaging says. Lemon Omegaverse. No, listen, let me show you. The, there they are. It says right here, lemon alpha, lemon beta. So the lemon betas taste more like lemon peel, but as candy, which is weird. Still pretty good, though. These candies brought to you by Kabaya, by the way. What about lemon sigma? That's when I take two halves of an alpha and a beta and I mush them together and then eat them at the same time. No! My candy bag dropped! Don't worry, I'm gonna rescue you! Ah! I won. He's crashing out. I've never crashed out in my entire life. I've always simply done mildly uncontrolled landings. What are we saying? Same Kabaya that does toys. I actually have no idea, but I would assume so. I saw them at the grocery store across the street. Vangelus only crashes in. So true. I remember back at the turn of the decade, I still have never watched Ben 10, but it was a topic because Derek Wyatt was designing on the new Ben 10 at the time. And I said, hey, when Ben 10 transforms, does he say Ben Shin? And a bunch of people who like Ben 10 said, you should just, like, stay out of this. You tourist, you should just stay out of this. And I was like, you're so right for that. And I moved on. No, they were right. I was... How do you put this? I was audibly doing it to annoy them. You know, when you can tell, like, even if someone's saying something salient, you're like, you're doing this because you don't know or care what we're talking about. And I was like, I mean, you... How can you know that, Mr. Psychic Powers, Mr. You don't know me or my you don't know where I came. Yes, but you don't know me or where I came from. And then I mean, did I have hate in my heart? I mean, I wouldn't say hate. Definitely some gremlin vibe. It's like when all your... It was before I had the epiphany that, like, when everyone's talking about something that they like, I don't have to chime in if I have no idea what they're talking about. So I was doing that bit where, like, you know, you wander in on people, all like, just like, Ben 10's, and you're like, Ben 10, I don't know what that is, sounds, anyway, more like Ben Shin, and everyone just looks at you and goes like, We know you don't know what we're talking about. And then you just get shamed away. You know, you're like, okay, well. Little did you know this was a best 3 out of 5, Grumulkins. Look, okay, so 100 years ago, my friend Jacob often dropped that one, and we just found it very amusing because, like, why would you ever like in this day and age look someone in the eye and refer to them as a Grimulkin? And recently, I just started picking it up again. I think I actually said it in the next review, and I need to still look up and see if we're okay to say Grimulkin in 2025. How did I... You know when, like, you're in the midst of doing a bit while you're transforming a toy, and then it's like, haha, yeah, mine has 2 gas cans, I just folded them out, and it turns out you didn't fold them out because they don't fold? Yeah, that just happened to me. Ugh. Knowable life experiences, am I right? Wait, So that, obviously, you're really holding these together with these over-the-shoulder red flap slot pieces. And, you know, obviously, clearly, you have these bits out here so they can close up around the chest piece and blend it in seamlessly. And blend it seamlessly. Blend it in. I know this came up when I just opened this thing up. I will say the ears on, at least, like I said, I think this is the second run Commander Magnus. The ears were hella tight to put in, and, like, I don't think they're coming out. There's a little bit of wiggle, but, like, they frictioned in there, like, so hard. Oh, so it's like me with cur. Yeah, kind of. It's spelled... sorry, I lost the track on that one. Grimulkin is spelled Grey-Malkin. I forgot what it means, but I'm pretty sure I looked it up once upon a time, and it was more or less harmless. But if it's like in the year 1984 when the Avengers came out, and Loki referred to someone as a mewling Quim, and everyone was like, mewling Quim, that sounds like funny comic book talk, and then people looked up what it meant, and they were like, oh, like, you know, let me know. Grimulkin is an archaic word for a cat. That's right. I'm calling everybody a kitty cat. Be emasculated. Bun Yeast, what Transformers figure were you most disappointed by? Probably Arachnid from the year 2011 or 12. That one was just a heck of a time. I was weirded out when I found out what flark means. Oh yeah, the Marvel Space cusses. It's too easy to answer, but also, like, at the time, given, like, how the Viacons went and everything, like, that was one of the characters where I was just like, dang, can't wait to see how they solve this. It's gonna go great. I guess the only other time would be, like, when I assumed for a year that the, Deluxe and Voyager, Revenge of the Fallen Constructicons from the year 2009 were actually gonna combine, and it was just so cleverly hidden away that we just didn't understand it. I think that would be another time I was disappointed. That's less in a figure, though, and more in, like, a concept. Yeah, I want to get that APC Arachnid some. I don't have any APC toys. I keep, like, forgetting they exist when I can afford one, and then when I can't is when I think about them. It's just generally my problem. Oh, that was original Cope. Because back in 2009, I was, naive enough to believe that I was incapable of coping. I was simply, like, already so worldly. Like, I must just, like, you know, it must be the world's fault. My biggest disappointment... I also was disappointed by Cock Out. I expected a bigger one. Anyway, you know, it's the cock, more like Croc Cock Out Beast Hunters Deluxe. Yeah, yeah, got him. Now you think, oh, I tried to get APC Arachnid last year, but you know, the post-strike, yeah. I mean, nowadays, getting toys, I'm just kind of like, you know, when it happens, it happens. Turns out cur is a synonym for mongrel, which, oh, calling someone a mongrel is badass. Especially if you do it like proper British, and you don't say mongrel, you say mongrel. You bedeviled mongrel. You odious obfuscator. That's just neat. Insipid Caterwauler's good, though. Like, don't... That's another level. Caterwaller is next level, because that's not even ye oldie. That's like new ye old. Long firing. Every now and then I like roll around on my tongue because I think the tone matters more than the words on this one. Is if you like you make real like ugly eye contact with someone, and you just drop a real hard like hang on, you son of a mother. You know, and like just see if you can make them like have the snap reaction before they understand what you said, so that like while they're like, you know, beating you to a pulp and you've lost like 8 teeth, you can go like, you didn't even listen to what I said, idiot, and then you like you really are the one who won. Kingdom Hearts 3 introduced me to Feckless Neophyte. Yeah, Feckless is good. You gotta take a note from line, take up you piece. Yeah, I can see that. Gotta, you gotta be feckful in all things, right, Transalamander? When I go on Blue Sky and I'm like, guys, I'm being real here. I don't think I'm being very feckful. So, if you could all help me be more feckful and feck more and put my feck all over the world around me, leave my feck mark everywhere I go, and just douse everything and everyone around me with joyful feck. If you could come together as a people, as my friends and my community, and spread my feck far and wide. Who among us is gormful? Who possesses the most I got... Wait, what were the auto captions doing? I didn't even look. Oh, they're gone now. I'm never gonna know. Someone clip it. Simply someone clip it. I basically got like sometimes I'm a little dry on feck, but I just got sopping ropes of gorm just falling out of my pockets. Like I leave steaming gorm. I don't leave sticky gorm trails. I leave steaming gorm trails. You know what I mean? Who makes up these words? The English. They did it. Like I said, it's not my fault. Okay, I'm surrounded by bad influences and tricksters who you know they put all this language in my head, and like what am I supposed to do? Have self-control? Huh? I'm supposed to have self-control and do my own taxes? What do you think? What do you think I am? Some kind of feckful gorm pile? It capitalized among us like it's a proper noun when you... I just saw it do that. That's really screwed up. If only, for one reason, there was going to be a killer Among Us cartoon spearheaded by Dennis Infinity Train. And as far as I know, that entire project fell apart, which is tragic because that dude needs more work. Teach it better. I can't teach it anything. It's automated. It's amongst us. Okay, well, that started a sentence. But if in the middle of a sentence I say amongst us, we are. Ah! Good call. Wasn't Elijah Frodo in that? Yeah! Or at least involved, right? Like, didn't he have a media company or something? No, I can't remember any of this anymore. I like when Vangelus said, it's fecking time, and then fecked all over those guys. What are you saying now? Oh, is that what it was doing? Is that what it was doing? Yeah, remember when I said that? It's crazy how many things announced in, like, Prime Pandemic got announced and then quietly shelved. That reminds me. Someone... because Trickster has posted the notices on Blue Sky and Masto. Someone did a takedown on her uploads of Micronauts on YouTube. So it's like, Micronauts is in this really funny position now, where like there are slowly more and more human names putting themselves in attachment to Micronauts to put claims on it, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry? You own that show? Can you prove it? You own Micronauts, the cartoon series that hypothetically exists? So you're admitting it exists. Interesting. Do you want to do something with that fact? Like, use it? Ever? It's fine. It'll go back up somewhere, somehow. I have the entire thing. I torrented it, so it's never going away. I believe a lot of people torrented it. Okay, someone already got it on Mega as well. Yeah. No, it was on archive.org in broadcast master resolution for more than 2 days, so it will never go away. It's far too late to start copyright claiming it. Unless they are copyright claiming it with the intention of broadcasting it somewhere. Because you know who else supports it being uploaded to YouTube and going up on archive.org? Every single person who worked on it. So, like... ideally, every lawyer name that is attached to every takedown notice, like, you know, their phone turns into a hell phone, so that maybe they just stop doing it, and then... Pinkerton's going through every computer in existence. Yeah, I'm not, like, I still haven't even watched it. I have a very specific livid for, the scuttling of creative work like this. And they're bringing the hub back just for Micronauts confirmed. Like, my expectation of the show is it's gonna just be, like, an extremely, like, solid production level kids show, because that's all it was needed to be. And... like, I feel this way about Scoob 2, the movie, as well. I'm just, because it was, people, I think, to this, I go on about Scoob 2 more than Batgirl, because Scoob 2 and Batgirl were simultaneously murdered. A lot of people, as time has gone on, are starting to forget Scoob 2 was the other casualty. And in my opinion, it is just as valid a casualty, because the director of Scoob 2, to paraphrase from vague memories, said, and I'm paraphrase quoting, but basically said along the lines of, I know our movie probably wasn't all that great, but I made it, and I wanted people to see it because I was proud of it, and then that's the last thing he ever said, and it's like... it's rough. Hasbro have kind of... I think Hasbro's just trying to not use the word hub anymore. But I mean, they're uploading... what is it? Like, they uploaded entire seasons of Transformers as, like, single videos or something. I saw a screenshot. Like, I think Animated Season 1 has, like, a super YouTube upload now, officially. Where it's, like, the entire Season 1 is just, like, one long supercut. So if you want, like... something to turn on to feel like you're falling asleep in front of the TV in the year 2008, then, you know, go for it. Talks about Scooby-Doo, it's rough. Listen. I only have so much English language available to me, alright? Like, if I was doing a Scooby-Doo bit, I would have said, rat's rough. I actually just meant, like, they probably don't want to use Brian Goldner words. Did something happen to hub as a name connotation? I'm probably missing something. Limited English. Unlimited French! Suffice to say, hey, what a cool dude. I said this when I first opened him, so I'll just say it again. It is amazing when I put him in the same perspective as I'm looking at him. I'm looking at the toy, right? I'm looking at the monitor. The shoulders do not look as wide in person compared to there. The shoulders look less wide in person than on a monitor shot of the same angle. It's super weird. Je suis un ananas. Pourquoi faire? Hang on, where's my lyrics? Let me go recite some... just show you all I can recite some French. Hello? The other fun part of having a tiny keyboard is I can just like throw it up onto a ledge and then still use it. No, it's the thing, it's not even the perspective. It's not the Z-axis. Because I'm like setting it up to be exactly... It was even more apparent when I first put him down here, and he was like the exact same angle as he was over there. And I was looking at him straight on, and it was really wild. Because with Classics Rodimus back in 2006, I had the angle moment, but it's different with this one. I don't know. The angle thing is true on this one too, but there's something else phantom about the proportions. Something metaphysical. Something terrifying. Is it an elaborate hoax? Or something more? Yeah, I've been working on my pronunciation, so I can say pourquoi faire autant d'histoire? I'm trying to get that French R. Pour des lendemains qui chantent en fou. Pourquoi poser tant de questions? Faut-il que l'on soit aussi con? Ne souffre-t-il pas décevoir? Un peu moins mal. I'm trying to get the moins mal in there. I'm trying to get it. I'm getting it. I like pronouncing languages right. I'm not yelling. I'm speaking, but louder, right into the microphone. The thing I'm trying to get is it réduisons nos peines or réduisons nos peines? Is that the same as un, or is it pain? What is ei in French? Is it more of an e or is it more of an a? Because I know ai is an e, because is un is distillon, because the double L is kind of like a y-ish, L-ish y, an L-ish y. So it's like distillon, no un, because it's with an H, and anyway, working on it. Once I get on that Extra Life grind, I want to have more hard karaoke options open. Can we put him in a good pose? Ian decided to glow while you were talking. I must be doing it right. Must be doing it right. If you were to say plein, as in en plein air, it comes out like eh. Okay. Cause no, Geist is a German word. That's different. That's where I'm starting to have the bump togethers in my brain on the French song that I'm trying to figure out. So I expanded my karaoke rotation to also include a James Bond song and an Apocalyptica in French song, because they're both playing nice with the throat, and they make what do you call it? The brain chemicals that release while one sings by oneself release very happily. Do people speak French in Canada outside of Quebec? Not like a ton. Madar75, thank you very much. No, I wanted to see if he could be like like Optimus. Let's see if he could be like Optimus Prime. Gage Broderick, hello, welcome. Yeah, Magnus was gifted to me by Sideswipe Prime, if he's still around in the chat, and Connor McClure gifted me the 2-pack with these two guys. So we just cracked those open. I showed some other stuff I had got from my family, a bunch of discs and a book and some card gamey stuff, and then we also did a little. I just got these today. We had some Tough Gummy by Kabaya that I found across the street. There are Arcadians who do, but I forget what probably. Oh, damn it! My mom has a lot of stuff about the Arcadians she talks about. And, of course, now I can't remember it. Damn it! I'll ask my mom later and then forget to tell any of you. I'm just saying it like it is. Oh no, the size of my promise. No worries, no worries. Just someone was asking if this was a gift, so I wanted to, since you were cool with it, I wanted to give proper credit. Acadian, Nova Scotia. I am Acadian. Thank you, Crispy. How could I have? Did you ever tell me that you're Acadian? I can't remember. How could I have forgotten our local Acadian, Chris Muse? I don't know a word of French. It's cool. Just play it cool. Just play it cool. They don't know. You could just say some stuff. They won't know. None of them know it. I was just saying a bunch of French words, and they were all like, "Ooh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm speaking French," and they were like, "Oh, I bet you were," and they totally bought it. It's the thought that counts. Parlez-vous la porte? La porte. Is Vangelus whispering to anyone else, or did I just hear that? You didn't hear nothing. You didn't. When I grab my camera, which is not a person, it is literally just a camera, and I'm like, you didn't hear nothing. I think you didn't hear anything. If you were to ask my opinion on it, just visibly gyrating and sweat's pouring down my face, I think I heard you didn't hear nothing. Start listing Gundam Wing characters. Trees! Do you keep up with Soul of Chogokin nowadays? Not really, in part because I don't hear a lot of great things about it anymore. I feel like at least in this little community, the discourse kind of kicked off with Tryon 3. Because that was one where I just kind of, it was like, yeah, it was Tryon 3 and Shoryujin were like this 1-2 punch, where like I was just not that interested. I was kind of interested in Tryon 3. And then I heard all this, like, these actually ain't all that good anymore, and I was like, damn. And then, like, the Leopardons that aren't supposed to disintegrate started disintegrating. And I don't know, it's a strange state of affairs. Oh, we're so close. He doesn't have real double-jointed knees, so it's hard to get him to, like, prostrate. I think it's got to be more of like a sultry walk. Oh yeah, Boulder's Soul of Chogokin Getter Emperor like just sort of stopped working. Which is kind of messed up, because that's, you know, that doesn't seem like that should necessarily be happening already. Yeah, Leopardon was Toei Spider-Man's robot. I have the original Soul of Chogokin Leopardon that came with, like, the Soft-B Toei Spider-Man, and, like, so that one of the arms disintegrated, and that was a known issue the day before the arm disintegrated on mine. And then they were like, but don't, like, literally, almost in response, they're like, we're releasing a second edition that comes with the changer. And I guess just a soft implication of, like, look, it's the second edition, where, don't worry, and then, you know, turns out, maybe worry. Oh, Verspringen, I think I missed that you got GX27. Yeah, there are... Chogokin has different meanings depending on the line. Yeah, it was like... I guess I would call it the best faith version of just buy another one, because it had been like... almost... it couldn't... was it 10 years removed from the original? Like, it had been so long where I was like, well... you know, I guess they could... even Bandai can mess this up once. I really can't get him to look sultry when he's ripping his shirt off like this. It's difficult. Oh, it was the Daikumaru Daiking version. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that is different. But kind of the same. That one's weird. Yeah, I have that one, I think. Yeah, I forgot, actually, but, like, Face Forwards is V2 Leopardon's head snapped off out of the box back when it came out, but then apparently there have been, like, more recent reports of the thing starting to crinkle a little. Apparently the black ABS is still the culprit. Aken Lord, yeah, I'm digging this figure. He's very much got, like, the big guy solidity going on. Hey, you know, I try to have, what do you call it? I was about to say, I try to mix some toxic positivity in with my runic sensitivity. I don't know what that means, but, the words are flowing. Yeah, there's stuff, like, there's stuff about this Magnus that I could still see being, like, off-putting. But he is definitely, like, more solid feeling than, I remember Faces being. But I also only really handled Faces for, like, a day while I was doing some stuff. Oh, I forgot to fold his guts out. Excuse me, that's embarrassing. Pardon me. How embarrassing. I forgot to lower his belly roll. Easy enough mistake to make. There we go. How's he compared to other commanders like Armada Prime or Magmatron? I would say Armada Prime and Magmatron I would rank above this. As a person who doesn't really rank stuff, I would put those two in particular above this one. Although with the caveat that it's my Armada Prime now and not right out of the box when his torso didn't hold together. It just sort of fixed itself because I guess he ate his beans and his roughages or something. But yeah, like Hoopla said, they're like probably two of the best commanders of the history of the price point. So it's not really like, you know, you're not onto the bar. It's just like that bar was like thrown through the ceiling at least twice. Take it easy, Robot Lore Keeper. Like, Magmatron, in a lot of ways, is a ridiculous level of hand feel quality to me. I don't know if that varied a whole lot. Hand feel on this one, I would say, is on par. I would put this, I don't know about on par, it probably changes from copy to copy, but this is, you know, easily in the realm of Commander Rodimus. I think this is in the, it's in the vicinity of SS-86 Optimus. Armada Optimus, this is I would personally put this on the same level overall, but not in a very like one-to-one category, more like cumulatively. If only mostly because mine I had to rubber band the torso together for a week and then it started working properly. Magmatron is 3 dinosaurs, so it's a bit unfair, true. Yeah, Magmatron, the thing about Magmatron also is that, like, of all the Commander price point releases in this short history to be among the top of the top, there are a lot of reasons why I would never have guessed it would be Magmatron that really brings it, because the very nature of everything he does is higgledy-piggledy, and, like, you're trying to hold a bunch of things together. And something about him, they really, like, figured out how to make it hold together, for lack of a better term. Kind of like the shoulders on here. Like, there's a lot about this visually where you're like, well, this is gonna be a disaster. Especially with a big, heavy ratchet right here. Except it's fine. So it's like, oh, I guess they just figured that out. Okay. Yeah, the Magmasaur specifically being, like, a mode where I can... Like, I have left Magmatron in Magmasaur mode because it's the easiest way to carry him around with all his stuff. Because it just holds together rock solid. And it's like, oh, Magmasaur! Magmasaur is the most solid... What? But, like, the robot mode on this, especially with these, like, the butter ratchets in the groin and the soft clickers on the knees, and then, like, the hard, like, the tooth rattlers on the shoulder, and then, like, the soft grandpaws on the elbows. It's just, like, you get the whole gamut, right, of modern Hasbro ratchet joint detents. No, yeah, Akon Lord, no, this is exactly it. Is the original Magmasaur was like, you know, it's like, what a funny thing. Anyway, I'll pick it up so it falls apart and I can transform him into another mode. She be magma on my Tron till I'm sore. Oh no, there's Angle Maw on my couch. That don't clean off easy. Time to go get, time to go, I'm gonna wipe it up with Stampy is what I'm trying to say, is I'm gonna take Stampy by the back of the neck and wipe up all the Angle Maw off the couch with Stampy, because Stampy's gonna lick it. What? Screwed up. Wow. In my house. Oof. I yes-anded myself into such a vortex, I genuinely don't remember anything I just said. No, it's fine. Stampy is smiling. Stampy is smiling. Stampy's just like, whatever. Gotta get... Hey, listen. Gotta get my protein somehow. I guess my only disappointment like my major disappointment so far with Magnus is I can't put him into boudoir poses. He's just too... He's got too much of like an aesthetic stick up his ass. I don't know how else to put it. Like, no matter what I do, he looks like a nerd. Like, yeah, because the bit, right, is because Stampy's a rabbit. That's the whole bit. That's, you know, it's like Charlie Chaplin famously was very funny without having to say a word. And then when he said a word, it was very meaningful. It's like he only poses in he can do a lot of very specific poses. Yeah, yeah. He looks great just standing. Like, they really nailed the curvature. It's hard to make him not look Yeah, that's because I was trying to get him to kneel down, right? And put his hands behind his head and be all like, you know, I may be a city commander, but you're my city daddy or something. And he just looked, he looked like he read it out of a book and had it projected on the wall in front of him so he could match all the angles of the elbows and stuff. And I was just like, no, now I feel like the pervert. When, as we all know, I am not. I'm about as stiff upper lipped as a 1970s cartoon British character with an umbrella. It's hot in here because I'm in here! Ooh. This calls for a cola gummy. Y'all ever... Hey, what's up, Ninjatron? How's it going? Are you going to see the new Toxic Avenger movie? I would like to check it out. I don't know if I'm going to theater it, but it's on my interest list. By the way, the gummies we are rocking with are Cabaya's Tough Gummies #1. Actually, I was gonna take a quick look at this manual, to see if I missed any designer intent. Oh yes, Adam Rockmore. I saw that. They're matching every box office million they get for the Toxic Avenger remake to erase medical debt. I didn't look up this part. Is that global box office or USA box office? I genuinely have no idea why or how it would matter. But that only just occurred to me. Either way, that is baller and that is very cool. I like that there was a post going around I liked where the gist of it was like, between, I mean, the Toxic Avenger thing, I think, is like a million steps more hardcore than the other one, but you have Toxic Avenger going like, we're gonna, as superhero promotion, erase medical debt. And apparently off James Gunn's Superman, which I still haven't seen. I still want to see it. I just have not had the ability or the time to go see it yet. Apparently dog rescues went up a bit as a result of that movie, and someone was, to paraphrase, like, it's so nice that, like, a couple superhero movies are suddenly, like, just doing some real basic-ass, like, children's story-ass, basic, actual heroic type, you know, low-key heroic, low-key, just nice stuff. And I was like, yeah, it's really nice. But yeah, no, I know Superman's probably going to be worth it for me. I know very few people who didn't enjoy it, and also it has Nicholas Hoult in it, and Nicholas Hoult has been a touchstone for me of late. I have inadvertently watched a lot of Nicholas Hoult movies recently, and even in the ones I don't really like, he still kicks ass. by which I'm talking about Renfield, which is kind of a stump of a movie after the first, like, you know, what the trailer tells you. But Nicholas Hoult really puts in the work to carry that entire Renfield movie on his back. Also, yes, Fury Road indirectly mentioned, of course. But yeah, Nicholas Hoult is. I just remember. I always forget that he's in Fury Road, and I always think of him as that guy I saw in The Menu that I thought was actually pretty solid, all things considered, for the part he was playing. And then, you know, I see him in Nosferatu, and I'm like, hot damn, he's actually kind of kicking ass in this. And then I saw Renfield showed up on the streaming, and I was like, I'll take a look at Renfield, whatever, to fill in another checkbox on my Nicolas Cage watch along. And then, like, I just had missed that Nicholas Hoult was the aforementioned Renfield in Renfield. And he friggin' carries the best parts of that movie. I was disappointed with Renfield, but I had enough fun watching it. I just was really like, for the concept communicated in the trailers, I was expecting more. And the best way I can describe it is the concept delivered in the trailers. Good concept, and the folks who wrote the film needed to hire someone else to write the film because they kind of didn't have much of an idea of what to do past the trailer concept. And so, inexplicably, a movie about Renfield realizing he is in a toxic relationship, as the trailers communicated, hinges its narrative backpack on the only good cop on the force storyline. And, like, actual cop on the actual cop force storyline. And the only good cop on the force is played by Awkwafina, who, she's a, what do you call it, middle of the road actor for me. I just don't, I find that she has the, for lack of a better term, I find she tends to have the stand-up comic actor issue, where I think she's putting in a good effort, but she has a lot of trouble not sounding like someone who isn't an actor that's doing a really decent job, specifically. And she does not really do much better in Renfield, which is unfortunate. Definitely not phoning it in, and, you know, definitely, like, she's not like Gal Gadoting it up or anything. It's just like, when she hits her peaks, I'm kind of sitting there going like, oh dang, that's your peak for this, isn't it? That's unfortunate. And that peak is not being helped by, like, this early mid-90s ass the only good cop on the force thing that is narratively not gelling whatsoever with what this Renfield story is considering to try to do. I came to really know him from Fury Road, so I struggle recognizing him with hair. I can see that, yeah. That's why I just keep forgetting he's in Fury Road. Oh, I forgot about the... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch War of the Worlds. I don't really, like... I'm not, like, gonna go on and on about it. It's just, like, I kinda get the bit. But I don't think I'm gonna be in the position to enjoy it properly. Nicholas Hoult was... Oh, he was. Sorry, I just realized, yeah. He was, first class baby Hank McCoy. Yeah. Damn. I forgot that. Yeah, I've seen, like, 2 gifs of Nicholas Hoult in Superman, and I already was like, okay, yeah, I'm very glad. I'm very glad that he's found yet another character to really full force portray. Yeah, I think, like, my understanding is, like, War of the Worlds 2025, like, yeah, as it was said, if you have a group of friends who are all in it for the same reason before you turn the movie on, and you got kind of something else to do during the movie, like, it's a good one of those, it sounds like. Yeah, I completely forgot Nicholas Hoult was in the first Classiverse. That's, I mean, good for him. I think the thing I have enjoyed the most about my time so far with Nicholas Hoult is, like, he is not Gary Oldman chameleonic by any means, but, like, I find he is the part before he is himself in a lot of these roles I am enjoying him in, but without not being Nicholas Hoult. It's a very fine edge to run. Yeah, 2025 War of the Worlds is, as I understand it, well, yeah, lockdown slop, made today. It sucks. It's bad. It's terrible. And not in like the goofy, like, Uwe Ball way, but like in the, like, are we already, like, you know, did Teddy bring in, like, the shopping bag of, like, the latest order we got from the shroom shop, and, like, is my garage brewed lager ready? And also, does anyone have a topic to discuss while the movie is playing, kind of thing? I forgot. Yeah, it's also like an Amazon thing. What? Yeah, yeah. I mean, pirate it, whatever. Who's? I don't think a single person involved in that movie cares if you've paid to see it. Yeah, Connor, I kind of feel the same way. Like, that, it's a very neat bullet point angle to, like, touch on the radio origins of War of the Worlds, and then, like, from what I have seen, it's like, now what if you then did it the most cynical way possible? Yeah, like, it's short but still boring, and yeah, I mean, it struck me as an Asylum project in that, like, it's 10 times longer than its best parts, and it's also presents itself as not having the other 90% of a boring movie, and I would assume that much going in. My shoulder's itching. Don't look at me. I'm too flexible. Yeah, aren't there, like, a bunch of, like, half-decent, if kind of schlock-ass, like, Zoom call core horror movies now, too, if you want that kind of vibe? Yeah, Connor, no, at the turn of the 2010s decade, I was, I seeing, for about a year or two, like, a lot of Asylum movies with a group of friends, and what really struck me about Asylum movies is how utterly boring they are. Like, crushingly boring. Like, they're funny for the first 10 minutes, and then if you remember and go back and rewatch the last 10 minutes the next day, it's kind of funny. The middle 90% of most Asylum films, at least back then, are staggeringly boring. Like, and to the degree of killing the conversation in the room. Kind of boring. Where, like, you pause the movie to talk about someone's new SH Fig Arts, and then you all get sad when you're like, oh, we have to turn the movie back on. Right. Yeah. And so it's not, you can't, we tried riffing on it. You can't riff on an Asylum movie, because there's nothing. And it was such a weird revelation to have. Yeah, Unfriended, I think, is what I would call, like, Zoom call core horror. No, wait, Unfriended was the same guy as War of the Worlds 2025? What a fall. What a fall from grace. Holy moly. I went in college, my group had gone through every horror movie on Netflix, decided, and then whatever was the local family video. It really, yeah. Asylum movies are just not fun. They're one. I think that's maybe outdated, because I think that the joke of watching Asylum movies has kind of died off at this point. Like, it's kind of an era. But, like, the Asylum used to be my go-to for, like, an example of why just doing rage watching as a main pastime is unhealthy, because it's like you're going to spend a lot of time just really bored and unhappy, and, like, Have you ever seen The Room? Yeah, yeah. I actually watched The Room with my mom as a joke. I was just going to show her, like, a scene from it, but then the entire movie was on YouTube, so we were like, oh, whatever. And then we were like, this is funny. The Room has more swagger than most Asylum films, in my opinion. Because, like, with The Room, you can tell something's going wrong in a way that's interesting. With Asylum, it's like watching bad student films with recognizable actors and slightly more budget, but not enough to have good lighting. Did you see The Disaster Artist? I haven't yet. I watched an actual documentary on it, and like, so when The Disaster Artist came out, I was kind of like, you know, I get it. I'm not as interested now. Unless that's the because The Disaster Artist is the fictionalized documentary style comedy, right? I'm not mixing it up with the actual, like, making of stuff. Yeah, my mom was not like, oh, I'm so down to watch this. It's just like, I had told her the backstory of it a little bit, and so, like, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes in, I was kind of like, do you want to just, like, leave this running? And she was like, no, yeah, whatever. I think Wiseau's accent had interested her since, like, she's got she's got some worldliness from aroundabouts when he likely arrived on the continent. Okay, yeah, the fictionalized account based on the nonfiction book. Okay. Because I think I saw a video that was nonfiction about the making of. It was a bunch of interviews and stuff. I don't know. This was such a long time ago when I don't remember anymore. It was sometime in the previous 10 years that we did this. Now, like, my bad movie that are fun to watch bad movies recommendations, like, my go-to is always very specifically get all, or, you know, don't pay money for them unless it's, I mean, they're DVDs, it's probably cheap. I think you have to get the discs for this. Try to watch the Uwe Boll filmography, but always with director and producer commentary track on. There's, like, a through line that is it's more interesting than the actual films themselves. Like, there's a movie he made about some video game where light kills monsters or vampires. I can't remember what it's called. But, like, we watched the DVD commentary of it, and weren't really looking at the screen. We were so enraptured by the story playing out through the DVD commentary of, like, no, it wasn't Blood Rain. It was like a way less recognized. It was also a way more boring movie. Alone in the Dark? I don't. Yeah, okay, Alone in the Dark. Yeah. But the through line of the Uwe Boll DVD commentary tracks is, like, he starts off, like, kind of plucky and kind of stupid, but, like, he's scrappy and kind of adult, and then, like, you're kind of like, what a weird kind of, like, aggressive little dummy this guy is. And then as the tracks go on, like, there's, like, in the early middle era, there's one where he spends at least a quarter of the commentary track both apologizing for and talking about the fact that he had to bring his dogs with him to the studio because of his scheduling. He had to walk his dogs right before he sat down to record the commentary, so he brought them with him to the studio, and he's constantly, like, mentioning, like, his day, and, like, a lot of it is not the movie. It's him talking about his day of coming to record the commentary. And then, like, and I forgot if this was, like, I think this is earlier on. Early on, younger Uwe Boll would sometimes have producers in the room with them, and you could tell the producers didn't give a crap about him. And there's almost this, like, moment of realization across his commentaries where it just starts to be just him. But then he starts to bring actors in with him, like the Blood Rain commentary, and then demonstrably, like, the actors are, like, don't care about him, don't care about the movie. I think Blood Rain is the one where they are audibly getting more and more drunk during the commentary, but Uwe Boll is not, and he's trying to seriously do a commentary track, and the actors are all having fun, but ignoring him, or making fun of him. and then like slowly, after about half an hour into the movie, you realize several actors have simply like disappeared from the commentary track because either they left or fell asleep or something, and it ends with just Uwe Boll by himself, and it's like, it's fascinating stuff. I kind of have an assumption that like you probably need the discs to experience that, and there is no point or reason to watch most of his movies from that era like on their own. It's infinitely more interesting to just listen to his commentary tracks over his career, and you hear this journey he went through of like trying and not understanding how to try correctly, and then having these realizations and then trying to move past them, but his personality is like just so unlikable that like I don't know, it was fascinating to me. And this is all memories from like the 2000s of watching all these. I might be overstating this a bit, but I just remember like I felt like that was the buried treasure of his stuff. And then yes, he also like knocked out Low Tax. That's almost a footnote. It is almost sympathetic. Like, the only reason why it's not fully sympathetic is because if you watch interviews with him before his first video game movie and after his final one, you also come to realize he's a very, I would call it a dishonest artist. He's not like a liar. It's just like his motivations, they shift with the tone of the responses to his movies in a way where he's constantly trying to, it feels like he's trying to befriend the audience, and it comes across kind of pathetic. So I guess in a way it's a little sympathetic, but like I have not really heard all that much about him as being like someone you'd actually want to like be friends with. Like it seems like there's a reason why a lot of actors seem to audibly regard him with contempt, as well as like he just kind of sucks. Like, I don't know, it's very, very funny. He kept talking about how his films were funded by Nazi gold, which is always an odd thing to say. Yeah, that's the thing about his tone that I remember is like he's also like, how do you put this? He comes across like a German personality type that other Germans get really embarrassed when people outside of Germany meet them, if that makes sense. Like I think a lot of countries have stuff like this. It's like one of your local country personality types where you're just like, oh boy, I hope nobody outside of the country ever meets this guy. And then he made it to the global stage, and it's like you can, I don't know, there's something about it feels like Uwe Boll was never meant to be heard on the global stage. And it's like you kind of assume, even if you don't know any German people, you assume that it's mortifyingly Swedish. It's mortifying, the idea that people like myself would hear him so much that I would also perhaps mistake him for German when perhaps he's actually Swedish. I maybe mixed that up. Oh, Tygon, what's up? We are indeed quite embarrassed about him. Yes, okay. That's from the source. Thank you. I think peak Uwe Boll, though, is the DVD commentary track with his dogs, where he's just... It's like, the Red Dwarf commentary tracks have this, too, where there's, like, sort of narrative through lines across the seasons. And there's the one where Craig Charles just didn't show up because he was busy that day. So there's one season where Craig Charles just isn't on the commentary, and Chris Berry just keeps doing impersonations of him. Okay, he's German. Okay, I thought so. But yeah, if you can get access to DVDs with DVD commentaries of his films, I think it's really fun. It's very interesting, and it's probably one of the best ways to actually experience whatever the hell the dude was when he was making those movies in that era. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the dogs one in so long. It's just friggin'... My memory of it is like the commentary track starts and you hear a rustling noise already, and him going like, and he's like, "Hello, it's me, it's Uwe Boll. I'm so sorry, I brought my dogs into the studio today. I was walking them right before the commentary track, and you know how it ended up. I couldn't get them home, so the dogs are here with me." Hello, Chicken Soup. Thank you very much. And thank you, Tygon. Yeah, my birthday was last week, but I celebrate for weeks before and afterwards, because, what did Kat say? I got that teenage girl core going on with how I do my birthday. So I'm open to whatever. Germany has two extremes, Uwe Ball and Werner Herzog. Werner Herzog started an Instagram account, by the way. Public service announcement. He started an Instagram account. I only saw one post so far, but it was pretty good. So if you are still floating around on that platform, or at least peeking in on it, Werner Herzog has started an Instagram, and I believe he's just posting reels, so he's one of those older guys. But yeah, Werner Herzog is about as un-Uwe Boll as possible, yeah. Can you imagine if someone shot Uwe Boll with a pellet gun during an interview? Friggin'... yeah, thank you very much, Tygon. I appreciate that. I love reminiscing on good commentary tracks. It's such a friggin', it's what I would call one of the more tragic losses of the progression of our media era. Even though I know commentary tracks still happen, but, like, the industrial way in which they were made was a very special thing, if that makes any sense. Because it, like, informed a lot of the tone that actors and directors and stuff would have, and, like, you could expect different, you could expect something different from certain friend groups in the industry if they were doing commentaries. Like, you know, easy example, right? Like, you could always look forward to a Kevin Smith commentary track, even if it wasn't one of his movies. Because a lot of them, the way I'm thinking about them, were very pre-Smodcast, or, you know, when Smodcast was so young, that it wasn't, you know, something that you would call his thing, really. And a lot of them, like, now, you know, if you listen to some of those commentary tracks, you hear prototype podcasting in those commentary tracks. It's really fascinating to me. But also, like, there are a lot of movies that are kind of, like, you know, mid to crummy, where the commentary tracks, when you can hear the camaraderie that sometimes would exist, even just with some crew members or actors, right? It would really elevate a movie when, like, you could hear, like, how much fun a bunch of people had making it. And yeah, it's still one of my... I think I hope there's some way to make that medium more regular again. Oh, infamous ones. What was it? The Schwarzenegger Conan the Barbarian one, where, like... like, commentary tracks sometimes were also very unfiltered experiences with some people in the industry in ways that are much more curated now. Yeah, very interesting. Take it easy, Matt R. I should probably start getting into the Vindy down place myself. Let's go take a look over here. Look, it's that Toy Hacks code again. September running through the month. Take a sip. But yeah, if you're getting any Toy Hacksy stuff already, then why not get 15% off with this code? I'm very biased in that doing so assists me directly. But if anything, I'm extremely transparent about it. VeggieTales movie had an in-character commentary. That kind of rules. Yeah, Timu, I did not make this code. I was so busy and also depressed last month I didn't realize the end of the month was rolling up until I opened a Google tab to search September words, and then immediately got an email saying like, "Hey, we haven't heard from you, so we're updating the codes. We're gonna roll with this for now." And I was like, that's fine. It's Boogie Vangelus. I'll try to internalize it, but often when I hit the final week of the month, usually I open a tab and just put in upcoming month name and then words, and then like scroll through pages of search results for a bit. Thank you for springing. Nah, I'm just, what do you call it? This is become one of my regular seasonal depression. The ride where you're in a teacup and it shakes up and down and then you fly out of it. The carnival ride. So part of the reason why I felt like streaming today is because I hadn't streamed in a while, and every time I stream, I feel way better, at least while I'm streaming. So that's pretty good. A little bit summer come down. I also just circumstantially, August has developed into a fairly regular, how do you put it? Think about lots of bad things that happened in August, and then process it a bunch. I do think, patting myself on the back while saying terrifying things of self-diagnosis, I think I've become pretty good at expressing my own psychological breakdowns to myself out loud. Not to say I never bring it up, it's just I forget about bringing up going to therapy until I'm just talking to my doctor or something, and then they're like, oh yeah, we can figure out something, but it is kind of expensive, and I'm like, yeah! Sure is, eh? Put me on a list, though. And then my problem is I'll plan out 50 things when I go see my medical teams, and then immediately forget about them until 20 minutes before my next meeting with them, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was supposed to figure, and they're all very friendly, but they'll come in and go like, hey, I forgot about. But I remembered to get my blood work done yesterday, right before they closed. So I am successfully as I reply when people ask me hey, how's it going? I'm like, well, I am successfully living as a human. But no, one of my big pipe dreams. It's a weird way to put it. I want to talk to a therapist because I think I'd be pretty good at it. I do a whole lot of that talking myself for the sake of self-diagnostic and just keeping things flowing. The talk to yourself out loud, going all right, MF, we are the team. So let's make our way through. I was doing that the other day when I was having a massive anxiety crumminess spike, and then I was making moves to go cook something, and I was what was it? I was muttering to myself because it was really bad, and I was kind of walking my way out of it, and I was I don't know which part of me this is that is talking right now, but y'all would fall apart without me, whatever I am, and then I went on to go and cook something. You would get a good grade. Is my therapist gonna give me an A? Am I gonna get a gold star to put on my collectible card games carry case? When I got the Gears review done, I was talking to myself a bit too. No, it was after that when I was filming the parts of the next review that I have filmed, and I was muttering to myself, but gotta friggin' stop forgetting whatever this energy is, because this is what's getting you to do stuff so that you aren't sitting. It's getting you to do stuff so if you aren't sleeping when you're supposed to, at least you're getting something rolling that engages with your upper mid cortex so that you're not trying to fix the world by yourself while everyone's asleep. That's something that someone else told me that I held on to it a lot, which is I have done a very good job of getting myself more often to not think about things I can't possibly deal with because the services required and the people involved are all asleep and closed. So I should simply hibernate. I should open the menu and go like fast travel to daytime in order to better facilitate those processes happening. And then when I wake up, I'm just like, I want to make French toast, and I go and make French toast and like watch YouTube for 20 minutes and forget about whatever I was thinking about. It also really helped that somebody on here told me what the phrase executive dysfunction is, because that helped me quell some of the more violent self-loathing language, because there was a definable term to at least appropriate, because I don't know, I haven't seen a professional, but it was a very useful appropriatable term, so that I wasn't just going like, useless cur, whatever that word, you mongrel cur, useless little. I guess be like, damn, it's that executive dysfunction. I was at one point going like, damn, it's that ED, and then I kind of sat there for a second. I was like, damn, it's lucky I live by myself when I said that. Yeah, Connor, I've done the same thing. If I like, sometimes I'll just have a bad day where it's like 6:37 p.m. and I'm like, I have not left my apartment, and then I'm like, sometimes I actually just stand up. Sometimes I vocalize. I'm just like, time to move, and then like just comb my hair and go outside and like go down the street to purchase like a bag of chips or something, and then I feel way better when I get back. Yeah, PT, I wrote that down on a big sticky note. Do not take the horse Viagra. So that they wanted. I need to push something into motion to get my blood sugar medication updated, because I have to take a different thing. And I forgot what it's called. And when I was trying to remember what it was called, and this is by myself, luckily, I didn't just call and then try to wing it. So I have to call them tomorrow. But like, I was trying to remember what it was called so I could rehearse the phone call in my head, and I was like, yeah, it was just, I'm supposed to start taking ivermectin, and then I kind of sat there and I was like, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. That's the stupid America word. That's why did that get in there? Don't say that when you're on the phone. Yet you shared it with us. Listen, leans in close. No one's ever gonna believe you. No one's ever gonna believe you. Yeah, the even it's not even like, it doesn't even have to be light out when I go outside. It is just like stepping on the ground and having like some air go past me. One big thing, not to clap right in the microphone, that helped a lot is I finally went to the Chester Fried Chicken logo place down the street from me called Rose's Chester Fried Chicken, and like, it turns out it's mostly a Filipino place. And they have this thing, it's like $10. It's the popcorn chicken combo with gravy instead of a drink. You get gravy. Their gravy is homemade, and their popcorn chicken is like dark meat and just chicken that was shredded and breaded, but it's like real chicken. It's not like pulped chicken. And for $10, so it's a little cardboard box, right? But they fill it to here and then just put a piece of scotch tape over to like hold it together. So sometimes, if I haven't had it already like the day before, it's been a few days, I can be like, you know what my pick-me-up will be? I'm gonna go get a popcorn chicken with gravy. And then I like walk down the street to my local place, locally owned by a Filipino family. And I get a popcorn chicken with gravy because they have other stuff. They have Filipino food and I don't know what any of it is. And I'm too embarrassed to ask. And the popcorn chicken is good. Because one time I went in there and I read the menu a whole lot, and I bravely walked up to the counter and said, "I would like an adobo chicken." He said, "Oh, we don't actually have any. We only have what's in the counter." And I looked at the counter, and I didn't know what any of it was, and I was like, "Oh, that's okay. I'll get a popcorn combo with gravy, please." Because it's just a little, like, it's a family running it, so like they have leftover signage, I think, from like when Chester Fried Chicken was a real franchise. Oh, hoops! I was looking for Shisharon. I didn't see it. It's a lot of stuff that kind of looks like stir fry, kind of. And they have sweet things. They have a bunch of stuff they have at the grocery store near me, which is also like a mixture. Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, Malaysian, Jamaican focused. Focus is real. They just have different aisles for everything. Locally owned supermarket. And they have a lot of the Filipino things I've seen in there, which is like the ube breads and whatnot. But it's always like big 6-packs. And like, I don't want to buy a 6-pack where I'm going to eat maybe like a third of it over 2 days and the rest will go stale. So like, I haven't yet been brave enough to like start truly experimenting in there just because I don't know what anything is. And whenever I go in there, it's really busy with like locals who go there all the time and know everything that they want. And I'm just, I get big dogged so hard. Oh, Weebot, I totally agree. But when I have neither a clear menu or someone there with me who knows what the good stuff is, I get so chicken, and then I just get the chicken. But it's really good. Like, calling it popcorn chicken's almost an insult. Like, it's really good stuff. And I'd never had like a fried chicken of any kind paired with a gravy that was so good that it makes me understand now why folks will get gravy with fried chicken. Because I had a similar thing when at the grocery store, there's some really good Chinese baked stuff. Lots of like rice cakes and sesame balls and things. But they're always sold in these big 6-packs, and by day 2, they're moldy. And I'm like, damn it. I wish I could have spent 1/6 of the money on one of these and not the... I've never been to a Jollibee. They have one downtown now, but I never like think about it. Like, I'm always going somewhere else. And then, like, someone told me Jollibee's okay, but, like, I shouldn't treat it as a special thing, and I was like, nah, I know, I feel you, I get it, but, like, I want to try a bite of someone else's Jollibee spaghetti. Because I heard it's very sugary, so I don't really want, like, a lot of it, I just want to know, I want to know. Is it Shisharon? Am I saying that right? Because there was a period where I wanted to try some pork belly stuff, and I got stuck on whether it was Shisharon or Shikaron. I think it's Shisharon. All right, Hoopla, I'm down. I'm around next week. Well, I yearn to learn, and also I have lived in this area now for like a decade, and I am surrounded by local Filipino businesses and like little like corner stores that bring out barbecues and just grill stuff out front, and I don't know what anything is, and so like I just never thought about it for years because, you know, at least a third of that time was the pandemic lockdown period. But lately it's been crossing my mind again that like there's stuff less than a 2-minute walk away from me, and I don't know what anything is, and I'm like, this is foolish. Chicha, is it with a hard ch or is it a soft sh? Is it chicharron? I went through this with dulce de leche as well. I kept calling it like dulce de leche because of my frigging semi-Europeanness. So it's a hard it's a chicharron. Okay. I will go up there and say, hello, do you have any chicharron? Like Chi-Chi from Dragon Ball. Dolky Dalecky. Now, my favorite Mexican place in town, over at Kensington Market, had a dulce de leche, and I really liked it, but I kept saying dulce de leche, and then like, or something similar, and then I had a friend visiting, who like went like, "What are you saying?" And then I was like, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't. Let's go to McDonald's, I guess. I don't know. By the way, that place, if you're ever in Toronto, and I think they're still around, El Trompo, my favorite taco joint in town. They have very good tacos, and at least in the 2010s, they not only had very good chorizo sausage, they sold it by the pound. So there was a period where I had a 1 pound bag of chorizo ground sausage in my fridge, and I didn't really know what to do with it. I didn't think about that before I said, yes, I'll buy a pound of chorizo sausage. Yeah, mozzarella. No, El Trompo. R-O. I don't know if they do the giant meat thing. I always get the pulled pork pineapple one. No, El Trompo is run by, if I recall correctly, it is, I don't know if it's family run, but I know it is primarily staffed by Mexican folks. At least last I checked. That was some years back, but I sort of imagine it's probably not changed that much. Chorizo. Y'all got any of that chorizo sausage? Oh, I didn't know that's what Trompo meant. They might have had... I should look. I'm not in Kensington Market area as much anymore, because I had a family member who used to work near there who does not work near there anymore. So I have not been near Kensington nearly as much as I used to. Oh, that reminds me. Also, we have a... Well, I have a picture of it. I have to look it up. I gotta remember. There's a new place that opened near the EB Games across from the Eaton Center, right by Paramount, which is some excellent Lebanese food. Where am I looking for here? Al-Farat, Iraqi street food. Yeah. Al-Farat Iraqi street food. They had a grand opening when I was walking by, and they were handing out free samples on a tray of, meat that is wrapped in flatbread, and it was pretty good. So I went by there the other week, and it's a sit-down restaurant, but they have a separate walk-up order spot if you just want one of 2 different wraps to go. So I got, I think it was a chicken one, because it had like a pomegranate sauce involved in it, and it was so good. Khmer food. Did I say that right? I always forget how to pronounce that. I don't know. Let me take a look. Is that Cambodian? Oh, we have a place that's literally called Khmer Thai. I've never been there. There are a lot of good Thai places, but I don't myself know if that is inherently the cuisine or if that is like Khmer. Okay, thank you. Is that like a specific okay, Cambodian. I don't know that I've been to specifically a Cambodian place. I know, like, I've been to a bunch of Thai places that are pretty solid, but I don't know if that's, like, just, like, in the same parallel, or if it's actually no, because it would say Cambodian. Let me see. Kamai Food Toronto. Yeah, we have Kamai Thai. I should just order from Kamai Thai sometime. I'll report back. No, there's some really good Thai places. You know, there's a lot of Thai places. But there's some that do a really good deep fried tofu with peanut sauce, and like it's an overspend, but it's so tasty. I've really been on the Hakka cuisine lately because there's a really good Hakka joint like down the street from me. So if I order in from there, I usually get like a Manchurian soup and then like a usually lately it's been Manchurian chicken. But they have like a really good like crispy sesame beef as well. Manchurian soup is so friggin' good though. It's got like enough pulped like bits of garlic in it that it just looks like they're like at the end of the soup you're chewing on it basically, just like little bits and pieces of garlic. It's so good. Yeah, there's a lot of I think there's a lot of Middle Eastern food in Toronto as well. The Paramount Fine Foods, though, is super good. I try to get people to go there if people are visiting for TFCon, because there's a lot of folks who just will say, like, I've never had Lebanese food, but, like, the bigger thing is, like, it's locally owned. The guy who owns the place seems like a pretty stand-up guy, self-made immigrant, philanthropist, and the food is, like, if you want to get to brass tacks, a lot of it is just, like, ground meat and cheese on flatbread. And the free bread they bring is like a giant bubble because it's freshly made, so it has like a gigantic hot air bubble in it. So you like pop the top and deflate it, and it's like really fun. I've just been also more aggressive about all this stuff ever since we had Chick-fil-A and Shake Shack move in and make big deals about moving in, and I've been very aggro to an unreasonable degree. About those two joints sticking around. I have not been to Chick-fil-A, don't plan to ever go, but I went to the Shake Shack once. It was fine. It was mid. It was unimpressive. It was fast food. It was more damningly, it was fast food that costs as much as fast food costs right now. So it's just a bad deal when you can spend the same amount at a place down the street. Yeah, I don't give a not to drop a hot take, and I do not hold it against anyone if they have a Shake Shack they like to go to, because it's not my business, whatever. You eat what you want. But yeah, I don't give a flying rat's ass about Shake Shack, and when they showed up with balloons everywhere and a friggin' half-hour lineup for over a week to get in, to have milkshakes and hamburgers that did not look like they were what they cost, I was just like, what is this? Like, and this was in eyesight of Paramount Fine Foods by the Eaton Center, and I got offended. At Chick-fil-A once, my sister bought it. It's just, yeah, that's also what I heard. Chick-fil-A, it's chicken. It falls under the category of edible fast food chicken with a low ceiling because it's fast food. So, like, if you're really attached to it, you probably could become attached to the chicken place next to it. No, it's not good. Boston Pizza. Boston Pizza is no good. So true, Chris Carnage. Yeah, no, there was a good Boston Pizza. It was on my island back home, and they closed up and turned into a vegan place with an overly clever name, full of a staff. Where when I went there with my mom to figure out what the hell they were. How do I describe this? By the way, the food was fine. It was in fact pretty good. But we sat down, and I was looking at the menu, and after about a minute, I looked at my mom, because my mom she's not a vegetarian, but she just doesn't like meat all that much. So she was fine with it, but I told her, like, just so you know, this is a vegetarian place. And she's like, what? Why? How do you know that? I was like, because all of the chicken has an apostrophe in the middle. And every single thing that's like a burger has a really cloyingly clever description. I'm pretty sure this is a vegan restaurant, which is fine. I don't mind vegan restaurants, but like when we did the order, there was this vibe of like this kind of nervous, like, oh, you want to have the burger? coming right up. And I was kind of sitting there going like, oh man. And then I was right. As the burger showed up, I ate the burger and I was like, no, it's pretty good. But 2 bites in the burger, they came by. I was like, so how is your delicious burger? And I was like, no, it's pretty good. My compliments. And my mom had some falafels that she really liked. But then, like, basically, I early on got the vibe it was going to be one of these places where they really hope that I ask what the burger's made of. And I was like, sitting there just like, I know what it means when it's CH''KN or whatever. I understand I know the bit you're doing, and it's really depressing. Because you could be talking up the place was called, that's the thing, the place was called Meat, but M-E-E-T. That's why we went there, because we were like, what does this mean? Why is this place called Meat as in meeting up? Because it says meat, but there's no meat! And so the whole place's vibe was like, we're gonna be so clever, and we're gonna make these meat eaters like our food, and then find out it's vegan. And like, it had that vibe from top to bottom. And so I was just like, it was like a black bean or like a portobello burger. I can't remember anymore. It was fine. I liked it. It's just, yeah, it was a vegan burger. And so I was like sitting there just like, I was like, is this why the place is empty? Because like, they so want a gotcha moment. And because, let me say this, if you're in that area, you know, and you want to have some vegan food, go there because it was good. I just didn't understand why they weren't proud of it, you know? Like, I was like, you should be, the menu should shout proudly to high heaven. Like, if it was black bean, this black bean burger is so good, you won't even care if you think that if you're a little bit freaked out by this, if you want to have like a beef burger, give this a try. Like, we think you're gonna change your mind. Don't even make any guarantees or offers or anything. Just like, we think you'll change your mind. And I would have if I was even trepidatious, but I would much rather just tell me like, yeah, it's a vegan burger. And it's like, cool, I'll have a vegan burger then. DreamWorks face. Yeah, it was so funny because I have some out west. I have some friends and acquaintances who are vegan now, and they were asking me when I brought it up. Oh, is it good? And I was like, no, it's good. It's just like you kind of want to grip them by the shoulder and go like, it's okay what you're doing here, right? You know that this is fine. It was specific. I remember the moment. It was specifically when they referred to my burger as, quote, your delicious burger. Because I was just like, oh, man. Why the insecurity, though? Nobody's here. We were the only 2 people in the restaurant. It's a pretty big restaurant. I should see if they're still around. Now I'm curious. I don't like that one of the first autofills on the Google search was closing after I typed in the name and the... Oh. Google Maps says Meat is currently permanently closed. Oh. This happened 45 days ago. They just closed last month. Hang on, I saw a preview on the Reddit thread about... Someone says, I always thought this was a weird location for this restaurant. Someone else says, it's funny because the owners literally talk about how great of a location it is. Restaurant owners whose restaurants fail frequently have bad opinions about what makes for a good restaurant. They drive to the restaurant, they deal with organizing deliveries in big trucks. Surely a place like this is great, right? But a spot like this means people won't be drinking as much. Your walk-by traffic is 0. True. And doesn't really fit the vibe. The Boston Pizza that used to be there was, like, held up by the fact that, like, a bunch of people knew it as the one good Boston Pizza. Quote, frankly, it's a terrible location for the clientele you want, and the vibes felt like vegan Boston pizza, and I don't think vegans are really craving Boston. Damn, Jesus Christ, they're dead already. One of the replies, this place was a vegetarian restaurant? Yeah, okay, yeah, because that Boston Pizza, oh, Chris Carnage, if you're still here, but, like, that Boston Pizza was bigger than the one we went to, physically. And it was empty when my mom and I went in there to have our vegan burger and falafel. Is this the place? Sorry, I missed you. Oh, I missed something. I gotta see, hang on. Sorry, I don't mean to scroll Reddit on my phone while I'm streaming, but I had no idea the place died, like, yesterday. Sounds like the burger I had was the best thing they make. Quote, and it wasn't just a vegetarian restaurant with good meat-free food, it was almost all fake meat menu items. Yes, it was! And the couple of things I tried were the saltiest food ever. Oh, yeah, no, PT, YouTube has an auto mod I can't do anything about. Only mods and me can post URLs in the chat. That's a YouTube side thing, unfortunately. I guess fortunately. Yeah, their whole... That's what I was talking about. Their whole menu was like this weird psyop of like, damn, we're clever. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this was them. This was them. Let me pull this over to the, hang on, I'm gonna mute so I can blow my nose. Excuse me a second. It's been blown. I'm here. Huh? No! That's the URL for the live stream. Why? There we go. I wonder if the menu still looks like this. Oh, sorry, it wasn't it was chicken with the 2 Ks. I'm sorry. I misremembered that. But it still is, you see what I mean, right? Like, I saw this word. I saw the chicken, and it took me a minute, and I was like, oh. And then I told my mom what chicken means, and she was like, because my mom specifically does not like chicken, and she was like, oh, I just thought that meant chicken. So I was just ignoring it. And, like, you see how they write this? Where it's, like, sweet, spicy, garlicky, charred chicken skewers with gochujang mayo. Would it not be reasonable to read this menu item as a vegetarian who doesn't know what this place is and go, like, I guess it's chicken. I don't want chicken. September 1st. So, okay, there must be other... Yaletown and Maine. These must be on the mainland. I remember some of this wording. Yeah, you see, yeah, right. They never say what anything's made of. They just keep talking in code word nonsense. Like, take a chomp out of this clubhouse-style burger. With diced onions and gooey cheddar, pickles, and creamy slaw onion rings, and crispy fried patties. Both slathered in a tangy Carolina BBQ sauce, doubled up between grilled Cajun buttered bread. Served with a side of seasoned fries, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, what about this says it's a vegetarian burger? Yeah, right, yeah, exactly, for Springer. They're so close to just putting the quotes on the menu, and they should! I remember the bacon thing throwing me, too, because I was like, what the Like, what does this mean then? Is it not? Am I thrown by the chicken thing? And it's like, it's not actually bacon. It's the salty bread stuff that you can use that's like bacon. And yeah, PT, that's how I felt. Like, if it's a black bean burger, for instance, or a portobello mushroom burger, and it's good, why wouldn't you say what it is and be proud of yourself? Like, I was so thrown. Yeah, pineapple fritters, that's fine. Yeah, I was... I remember the cashew miso gravy also made... They kept calling it cashew miso gravy. I remember this phrasing now, and I was like, that's a weird thing to keep calling out, but I guess you're proud of it. That's cool. Friggin' the Philly cheese steak, charred steak curls. What does that mean? And the real bummer about this, right, is all of it's good. It's like, I want to stress, I'm not one of those, like, friggin', like, oh, you're a vegetarian, let me friggin' bite the throat out of a chicken in your face kind of people. Like, there's a good time to have vegetarian food, especially when it's well made. The steak boy, yeah, you know, steak curls, the classic curled meat. Because I think the idea, right, the vibe I got is I'm supposed to say, charred steak curls? Excuse me, sir? What's a steak curl? To which they go like, well, you might know steak as beef, but when we say steak curls, we mean a steak-like curl. And then, knowing friends who have certain allergies, it makes me kind of sit there going like, okay, so what nuts are in it then? Like, what... do I need to... Does my friend need their EpiPen or not? Like... Personally, I'm allergic. Can you please straighten the steak curls into steak strips so that my throat doesn't close in the face of how clever you are? Now, PT, exactly. That was such the vibe. I'm so happy that they aren't fully dead, so this menu is still here to friggin' demonstrate I wasn't making this up. Because, like, you look at some of this, right? Like the Orchard Harvest salad, right? Candied walnuts, sliced Granny Smith apples, red cabbage, roasted yams, quinoa, and hemp hearts on kale romaine mix in a creamy currant dressing. Delicious! Delicious! Like, ah! Here we go, the burger section. Here we go. The main. Our signature burger. Am I missing something? Oh, this is irritating. All burgers can be made gluten-friendly by subbing for our suspiciously good gluten-free bun and patty. As though gluten-free stuff generally, obviously, always tastes like rat garbage. It's like, dog, gluten-free tastes fine. Like, there is no stigma about, oh, a gluten-free bun, that's gonna taste like rubber and vomit. Oh, no. And then to compound that with referring to your own thing is like, you know, our gluten-free bun is suspiciously good. It's like, what's that supposed to mean? I wasn't suspicious yet! Now I am! In the Mediterranean. Because it's the gluten-free! Our house-made gluten-free, friendly, black bean patty. That would throw me so hard. If one of them says it's a black bean patty, and the rest say our signature burger, I'd be like, so the rest are meat? Then. Oh, also, sorry, this is another one. I just clocked it. Look at how they write cheese, right? Would you like to add some cheese to that? You're like, oh, cheese? No, not cheese. Cheese! You're like... So do you mean it's dairyless cheese? You mean it's terryless cheese? Your matzo shreds. You're sorry, I forgot what the diamond means for a second. Excuse me a sec. Let's just scroll back up. The diamond. What does the diamond mean again? Tree nuts in the menu item. Your house queso contains tree nuts. It's just like, no, I mean, I know that's why, like, chicken is chicken, right? But it's like, why be so coy about it that you don't just go on to explain why you spelled it that way? And I want to reiterate again, for anyone who may have just come back in to see why I'm still streaming, all this food was good. It's it's the presentation on the menu is just so cloying and insecure and irritating. Wait, what are we seeing? What are we seeing? The chicken burger isn't chick. Oh, it's chick-un. What the what does that mean? Oh, no, I see. It's because it's crispy double battered oyster mushrooms. So it's not chicken, which mimics white meat strips. It's chicken, which is oyster mushrooms that have a very... I recently cooked some oyster mushrooms. They have a very meat-like mouthfeel and flavor. But yeah, also, why... It's called an oyster mushroom. I'm thinking... Oh, we found it. Look at this. That Reddit comment is really sticking with me. The person who was like, it seems like they're marketing vegetarian food to non-vegetarians while cutting out the vegetarians who already exist. In the same page, you'd have to... So you can actually look at a page, you can bring... Excuse me, sir, I have a question. What is the difference between, a chicken bacon and a chicken? Is that chicken with bacon, or is it a chicken, a different thing from a bacon, which is different from a chicken? And then your server's eyes slowly roll into the back of their head as black ichor starts to just pour from their tear ducts and their mouth drops open farther than it humanly should, while spiders begin to just flood out of over their chin. Oh yeah, this is another clue. The ginger beefless bowl. I forgot about this menu. I only remembered the chicken thing. I forgot about the... Would you like some butter chicken nudes? Like, why? It's rice noodles. You're allowed to call them noodles. The Big Yum. Roasted yams, blanched kale, shredded red cabbage, carrots, beets, corn, tempeh, edamame, and hemp hearts on rice drizzled with super umami tahini sauce. Yeah, sounds great. Wait, do I have a picture I can... Oh, look, there's I didn't realize there were pictures. Why are the pictures all individual dropped? I don't know. Some heckin' chicken nudes? The side of cheeseburger? Check out those nudes. They're out of focus. The focus is on the fork. Not a... I'm just being petty. Alright, what's the main? I mean, if you look at the color long enough, but... Oh, I forgot about... Yeah, they stuck a knife in the top when I got it, too. Which played real weird when it revealed itself to be meatless, because I was like, why are we sticking a steak knife in the top of this? Like, you're really asserting your dominance over the vegetable. When I make a kale salad, I stick a butcher knife in the middle. There's no pictures of the cheese. So you can threaten the waiter for the answers. Having a Nicholas Hoult breakdown in the middle of the restaurant. Here's the Southern Fried Chicken Burger. Yeah, battered oyster mushrooms probably taste great. I had oyster mushrooms in a chicken stir fry recently, and I was really pleasantly surprised. Like, I cut them thin bread loaf style, and they fried so well. I want to get oyster mushrooms again. And not only that, but I want to then proceed to call them oyster mushrooms. There's no alternate spelling for sausage. Yeah, Long, exactly. It looks good already. It's. I mean, I almost say the bun maybe feels unnecessary because the oyster mushrooms are really flavorful if you cook them right. The Mediterranean with the freaking knife. This is the one that says it's a black bean patty. They just jammed a knife into it. I feel like I remember black bean patties can be kind of crumbly once you, like, ram a knife into them. I don't know. Sausage. Yeah, black bean, compared to, like, whatever the signature, yeah, demonstrably different colors. It is, you all said it too, it's super weird that they're also, like, sub a Beyond Meat into any of these, and it's like, just pick a lane, I don't know, I hate the phrase, but, like, seriously. Make it a, like, would you like a Beyond Meat instead of the already meatless patty? It's like, okay, Mistake Boy. That's what I remember from the last time I've had one, is like, I just feel like if you ram a steak knife into the middle of a black bean patty burger, then the burger's just gonna, like, implode halfway through. No, you saw bacon over here. It's the chicken bacon, which is different from the chicken, right? It's important. Yeah, and earlier in the menu they say bacon, obviously, yeah. They... It is really irritating, the inconsistent fake language that's all over the place. Like, those gnocchi look good. They got no photos of their pesto chicken bowl. It's a cipher key. Well, I mean, apparently this place still has 2 other locations. I think those were both mainland locations. I can't quite remember what Yaletown is. Hey, it's a Mac Attack. With cashew cheese sauce. Well, yeah, Mistake Boy. It's also that, like, when you finally summon your, I assume, like, suffering on the inside server, and you're like, can you just explain to me the difference between chicken, bacon, and bacon? And where does the cheese enter into this as opposed to cheese? Like, the fact you could genuinely ask someone, what's the difference between chicken and chicken, or bacon and bacon, feels like a recipe for someone eventually just really putting the tray down hard backstage. Are prices in Canada normally listed with a fraction? No, to... So I might just be a little bit passive aggro when I say this. Generally, places with their heads up their own ass write their prices like this when they're restaurants. Some places that are fine do it too, but it is a habit of places where they want to, like, charge you a lot of money. Sorry, hang on. I just saw... So what does this mean? Hack your... Okay, so there's a double crucifix after the word sausage. Let's go find out what the double crucifix means. The double crucifix means there is gluten in the menu item. Okay, so... When I want to hack my Mac, which contains nuts in the mac and cheese bowl already, which is why the nut symbol is there, even though I'm not adding anything that contains nuts, when I hack it, I've already kind of implicitly taken nuts on board, as shown by the diamond already shown here. When I get a Mac Attack bowl, if I want to hack my Mac in my Mac Attack and cheese bowl, then if I want to add savory Italian sausage that is a double crucifix, and it is not pork, so it contains gluten, or butter chicken to my mac and cheese bowl, contains nuts, sausage contains gluten. Is there a picture? That looks like a splat. I kind of hope the picture would tell me what the sausage is. It just looks like brown sauce. Is chicken a square rectangle situation? I think when it says chicken, it's oyster mushrooms. Because we only saw it the one time, right? Right? Hey, save some space for the sweeties. Would you like a cream? So we're already kind of figuring out what cheese is, right? So what happens when you cream the cheese? I have to blow my nose again. I'm just gonna mute so I can blow my nose again. Excuse me. The thing is, like, carrot cake's good. So, like, now it's confusing. What's Cocoa Whip? Is it cocoa or coconut? Oh, man. I assume it's cocoa nut. Amazing that the gluten-free cookie is the only dessert that doesn't have nuts. Huh. I like that, like, it's... I genuinely thought it was just gonna be a cookie on a plate. So I don't know why this photo made me start laughing. I can't explain why things make me laugh sometimes. Little cookie just... It's me. The moose is in this little sundae cup. It's like, listen, Horizontal cookies are boring and for the meat eater. I mean, that's being petty. I had a vertical cookie at a meat place just like last week, so it's whatever. It's just fancy looking. Hang on, I just gotta see what the... I just don't get what else this frosting would be. It looks good. Carrot cake's good. I dare say the cake is really the important part in carrot cake. So you just gotta have a frosting. It's fine. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do know what it is. It's cream cheese. It's a cream cheese glaze. I should have known better. It's my fault. I'm bad. Lemon tart. Okay, it's coconut. It's got to be coconut whip. That's a coconut whip. It contains nuts. I mean, I know that's not like... I know that's not what it means, but I'm kind of like, yeah, dog, it contains nuts, but it's called a coconut. I know that's not what it means. I'm getting very petty. That looks good. And yeah, it contains nuts. They're called cashews. Nice and straightforward. It's a chocolate ganache with cashews and a marshmallow fluff. It's straightforward. There's no code words. The chocolate means chocolate. What even in the tart would contain the nuts if they're able to have a gluten-free cookie? I think the cocoa whip is what, because they put contains, well, no, it doesn't mean it. They put at the end of everything. It doesn't mean anything. Imagine if it was spelled chocolate with a K. I was half expecting it, because I couldn't remember if cocoa nuts are, like, vegan or not, or chocolate. I can't remember if it's vegan or not. It took until the desserts. I mean, the salads were fine. I'm being petty. Let me be fair. The greenery, right? Ignore all this nonsense. I'm gonna scroll that off the page, okay? When I'm like, no, the salads are fine, I get up here, it's just a wall of code words above the salad items, like, so we're gonna ignore those. We're gonna scroll down here. Okay, so these are all fine. Except they're not, god damn it! What's a bacon? Okay, ignore that one. 5 out of 6 is a lot, okay? The groovy Peruvi. Fine, straightforward. Peruvian glazed tofu, good, alright. The beet salad contains beets, thank God. What's the God damn it! Okay, it says right there. Crispy battered oyster. Just call it the oyster mushroom Caesar! Oh! I missed that. I'm sorry, Long. Were you the one? Someone else had brought up the calamari before. I glazed right past that. Okay, 4 out of the 6. 2/3 of the salad menu is fine and straightforward, right? Right. You can't code word house salad. It's a chicken Caesar. If I scroll back up and say, well, you can add the pesto chicken curls, or the pan-seared peppercorn steak curls. That's not even a code word. Or the crispy swap chicken What the... Hang on. Did swap show up? Again, the keyboard. Did swap show up somewhere else? In these two places. What is swap chicken? Like, cover your ears, children. Is that supposed to mean... like, what? Still wet ass pussy? Like, what? If that's the plant-based chick... Okay, so... Hang on. So there's chicken. And there's chicken, which is oyster mushrooms, which is, by proxy, also calamari with a K. It's 2.5. Then what's swap chicken? Does it actually say bacon somewhere? Yeah, it's... Hello? Oh, okay, well, it's the pierogi... It's a temper... It's only at Yaletown. Only until the end of the week. So, you know, pardon them for a little typo. Swap is a brand name. Oh. Okay. What does it mean? Yeah, Science Web Prime. Yeah, they use fractions on this menu. I just, you know... It'd be so messed up if Yaletown just had pork bacon bits on there, and they were just like, we're engaging in dark alchemy. We're... Stupid white asshole parents. Hey, by the way, the pierogi burger cannot be made gluten-free friendly. Yaletown is dark woke. Our house seasoned beyond patty. That seasoning, by the way, is ground up bone marrow. Can it be made boyfriend friendly? Hey, listen, I don't know. You gotta ask them. Friggin' meat is also like, also, while we accommodate yaoi, we do not care for Yuri here. BF friendly only. We fit in the Yuris here and there with the GF friendly, but on our special weekly features, go with your Daikamura in the back where you belong. Freaking awakened cat. No, Yuri! What the... Kicks the door in. Down at Yaletown, it's a little different. Lesbophobic vegans, my new shoegaze projects. I see a couple of you just came back. I don't know how to explain what's going on. There was a very specific moment of context, and now we're knees deep in this friggin' psyop code word menu. And no, they'll allow the Yuri here and there. There's some things that are GF friendly. It's just, you know, they kind of bully the Yuri a little bit. They're like, we're a yaoi establishment. We have a Daikamura corner for you Yuri freaks, but oh, this is killing. What the they want okay, so they want to highlight its local oyster mushrooms, and now that we know what calamari with a K means, so they'll say it's local oyster mushrooms, and then they'll code word it anyway, and like, oh, now I'm friggin', I'm just looking for things to be petty about. See, they have a drinks menu. Do these all have screwed up code names? House Lemonade and Shaft on Mondays. Yuzu Ginger Soda could be pretty good. Citra Sour. Okay, I would be down with. I got to assume the chicken is just breaded fried oyster mushroom, and the calamari is probably breaded with like a thinner, more calamari-esque seafood breading, I guess. I would feel very bamboozled if I ordered calamari and got mushrooms. Well, Ruby, you... that was, when I went to this place, that was the entire vibe, was make the menu look like it has meat and stare at you. And... I'm just gonna say, I don't know a lot about it, right? I'm getting, like, ominous vibes from Wednesday 12-ounce draft kombucha, but I think it's just because I'm biased that this place would figure out how to make this, like, weird. So, you know, if anyone knows kombucha better, you know, pardon me. Yeah, like, I'll say it again. I am the last person. I, in fact, do not want to, like, generate cheap vegan heat, because I think it's kind of lowbrow. And, like, when I went to this place, the food I had was good. Vegan food is pretty good. This place was just, like, cartoonishly that eyebrow-waggling vegan chef who refuses to tell you what you're buying, and like can't hide it either because they use code words that stick out like a sore thumb. Looking through their brunch menu and still not sure what the heck their sausages are made of. What, they have a brunch menu too? Hang on. Brunch in Yaletown. Oh, gas. Yeah, this is absolutely mainland. This is Vancouver. Oh, God. It's all here again. Wait. Aren't... Okay, this is not a bit. I just, like, I want to get my bearings. Are eggs vegan? Because I thought they weren't. Okay. They're like, what is this? But then why did they go all like, yeah, it's tofu scramble over here, but then like, why did they just say it's egg here? Poached egg. Hang on. Okay, tofu egg patty is what? Okay, they call it a tofu egg patty. That's very rare. Oh, what the I don't know what a yo egg is. What's a smoked ham slice in this language? And why does the smoked ham hate Yuri? And why does the steak and mushroom Benny hate the nut? The steak curls are also back. Oh, the Bennies. So, no, but this Benny... Okay, no, yeah, none of the Bennies are tree nut friendly. They all hate the tree nut. The pancake burrito has normal bacon? Excuse me? No, we saw bacon bits before. That was on the pierogi burger, but this isn't a... Okay, someone screwed... Then what is it? Because they call all the other ones bacon. So what's bacon? Okay, thank you, PT. Yo egg is a plant-based egg-alike. Okay, so it's like Beyond for eggs, kinda, I guess? Okay, Ruby, I thought so. I thought bacon... Okay, because, yeah, bacon bits aren't bacon. But then why do they still have bacon on some of the menu items on the other page is now my new question. Right here. The I don't even know what this stands for. But this one has bacon. And then this one has bacon. Why is the burrito wet? That must just be... maybe bacon is strips, and bacon bits is bits. I guess. Yeah, wet burrito has to just be a thing. That's... I'm just not worldly enough. Bacon bits is already vegan, so no need for... Okay, that... I think you weren't here for the start of this. You've just made a lot of the last page so much more clear. So, when they say bacon, they mean vegan bacon bits. Because they didn't always say bits. Wet burritos are just burritos smothered in sauce. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've had that. I just thought that's a burrito. Well, okay. I thought it was a burrito what you put sauce on, as opposed to a burrito that you didn't put sauce on. No, now I'm remembering. Yeah, bacon bits are not... Well, sometimes they're... Okay, yeah. It's... when bacon bits... don't have to be stored in the fridge. They're vegan bacon bits. But you also can make bacon bits out of pork, but then you need to store it in the fridge. The breakfast poutine has bacon bits. I hate this. Yeah, you're right. Every time we close one door, another one just snaps open in another part of the room. I think vegan bacon bits are like some kind... I want to say they're some kind of bread product. But I'm shooting from the hip off memory, like vague ass memories. So like that's something that can be looked up. Obviously, I don't want to open another tab. I'm decoding the friggin' Da Vinci Code. Soy protein. Okay, thank you, PT. Why did I think it was a bread product? Like, all this stuff looks fine. It's just like the main menu. All this stuff looks fine. In fact, good. They quote steak curls. This is the only time they have ever put the quotes around the steak! We won! Congratulations! This is the reward. We decoded the menu long enough to find the quote steak. So now we can back apply this to every other time we saw the word steak and peppercorn seared steak with no quotes or any information. Now we can back apply that because we found the cipher, which was obviously going to be hidden in the brunch menu for Yaletown under Bowls and Skillets, where the Philly cheese steak hash is, and really the clue is it's a cheese-steak. This is one word, but implicitly, because of the cheese that's here at the beginning, it's a fake food word. So that's the clue to look there to see the quotes around steak in context of steak curls. So you know to then back apply and forward apply the quotes around steak heretofore every time you have seen it and will see it, obviously. Cheese does not contain nuts. Oh yeah, you're right. Because they have a nut symbol. Yeah, the diamond is the nut. And the double crucifix is the gluten. PT, I don't know how much it means to me that the phrase "trying to see if steak curls were a thing." Okay, there's something called soy curls that you could. It must be the soy curls in an umami. It might be they talked up the umami stuff they have, so it might be yeah, like something to up the savory. Pancakes. These have to be normal. Nope. Right there. Cheese glaze. What's a cheese glaze? What? Wait, hang on. So, like, where in decoded society do I glaze a cinnamon bun pancake with cheese? Okay, so it's their icing. You could just put sugar and water. Is the glaze necessary when you have maple syrup? I don't know. Now I'm just being petty. Yeah, this cheese also, because it's a glaze version, so they removed all the nuts, leaving only the glaze behind. These all look good. Is the dessert cream cheese different than the regular cheese even though they're spelled the same? Well, there was also the cream cheese on the carrot cake that we saw on the last menu item. So I assume the cheese glaze is the same as the cream cheese filling icing that they had on the carrot cake. Yeah, Boulder, I called that out. I can't remember if you were here when I called it out. They constantly refer to their gluten-free bun as suspiciously good, which is like, I am unaware of a globally horrific connotation for gluten-free buns. I know they are regarded as maybe stiff. I have never, and I only know, I have only lived the life I have lived. I am unused to gluten-free buns having to be justified as suspiciously good. Aren't our gluten-free buns suspiciously good? You wouldn't even realize you've been poisoned. Oh yes, that's my problem. That's fair. I mean, like, I've had good gluten-free buns, and I've had crummy gluten-free buns, because there's a lot of different ways to do gluten-free. I have a friend who has a gluten allergy, and also an allergy to the specific nut oil that sometimes is used in gluten-free buns and often isn't actually listed on the ingredients. It's very fun when she tries to figure out if a place is using it. Oh, I've had sage... Like, I've had vegetarian sausages. There's just, like, a bunch of them. I've had sage sausage. Okay, so I will do one mean thing. I say to you, the entity, the business meat, I don't believe you that your cashew hollandaise contains nuts is world famous. I don't believe you. This is where I'm drawing the line. Prove it. Don't you hate it when your sub is suspiciously good? So we did find out, in case you missed it, Yo is a brand of vegan egg replacement called the Yo egg, much like the Beyond Burger. So there's like an implicit level of assumed understanding of this entire field while simultaneously trying to mislead meat eaters into enjoying vegan food. Connor McClure, Heavenly would prescript it to be beyond world famous. You're right. I kind of missed the word heavenly, actually. I think I just literally missed it. The sheer hubris to call your thing world famous heavenly. PT, I'd like to have a restaurant say everything on the menu is suspiciously good and then the secret is everything has MSG. I mean, one could say there are some restaurants that already quite well do that. Like, you know, especially in the heat of MSG will kill you misinformation. You'd have a lot of restaurants who's like, yeah, it's just we season our food. We use our famous secret recipe seasoning powder. It's called monosodium glutamate. A side of delicate tofu scramble sounds like a racehorse. That's my Uma Musume Oshi. Thank you. Oh, here's what a shaft is, finally. The Rodler. I didn't see the exclamation mark. What is the shaft? Bailey's Almond, Vodka, Copa de Oro, Dark Roast Coffee. It's fine. I always get suspicious of, like, up or downer things like coffee with... But I'm guess it's the vodka that's throwing me here, to be honest. But I'm sure it tastes fine. Hey, look, it's the meat Caesar because it has a pepperoncini. That's got to be a brand name, but that's fun to say. Yerba, no, Yerba Mate. They put nuts in my shaft! What's the Gastown Summer pop-up? We're this close to seeing everything. May as well take a look. This looks normal. This looks normal. Did these Wait, sorry, zoodles? What? I missed that. Oh, zoods. I'm assuming zucchini noodles. You know, I just want to give him a little noogie on the head for that one. Like, yeah, man, those sure are some zoodles. Ruffle their hair a little bit, like, ah, you scamp. Yup, that's what you made, some zoodles. Oh, okay, we got. Okay, Adam, you've actually had zoodles. Okay, hell yeah. Let's. It's mostly the formatting part now. So we got our zoodles and arugula, whereas the super green salad has its zucchini noodles and edamame because it's full of, I guess, the smart adult foods, because it's the super green salad. Yeah, from the house-made goat. Have you never... Never made a goat in your house before? Oh, by the way, psyllium husk. Actually pretty good. Mixed in with like a vitamin powder in a glass of water. Fibers you up and you can chew on it a little bit. It's not bad. Tastes kind of funny, but it's not bad. I was gonna say, if this is the pop-up, did they get a little bit like oh, no. We're gonna be out in public and people might make fun of our stupid words. Oh, I forgot about jackfruit, because they write the word jackfruit here. I bet they must use like a jackfruit in like one of the Prior's mystery ingredients. I guess like because goat cheese is like more of a genre than a real... I mean, that's a weird way to put it. But, like, goat cheese is something I think people say without thinking about the word goat meaning an animal, if that makes any sense. So, fake goat cheese just being called house-made goat cheese, like, it's you know... It makes more sense than anything on those other two menus, in my opinion. I wouldn't have called it this, but... Well, no, they're not going to call it cheese, because in this menu, they are avoiding all the goofball words. Except for zoodles once, but whatever. I mean, I think... Okay, how do I put it? I think goat cheese people think of more as a genre of cheese than a cheese that comes from a goat. But I was about to say, if that makes sense. That may well not make any sense. What's the brain bowl look like? Okay, I was going to say, if it at least looks like a brain, maybe I get it, but like... Why are we calling it the brain bowl? Well, no, that's the thing, is like on here... Oh. Oh. Never mind. I was about to say they were avoiding saying cheese on here. But they got it in a couple spots. I figured it was like food good for your brain. I'm just like, I don't know, the brain bowl. Hot. Hot. That, I think, is just... Unless they actually have, like, a fun... No animals were involved in our cast iron. Well, I mean, I guess it's what you season it with, but I don't know. I think this is just them being goofy. Yeah. Dark Souls statement. Hot! Bleed! Blood loss! I mean, this all seems fine. Let's look at the pretty desserts. Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit petty. The dragon fruit cheesecake, red, the dragon fruit coulis splatter drizzle. It doesn't look like a drizzle, and it doesn't look like a splatter. It actually just looks like someone tripped on it. But I'm being very petty there. Only because it's a staged photograph. So, like, I feel like you could have just done it again. But it's... I'm glad they've moved on from Somber Cookie. The big puddle in the middle is what's kind of making me go like, nah. Yeah, the rest of this seems normal. Happy hour. This is, okay, this is just truncated normal menu. Hey! Don't forget to add the cheese! No, the one that closed was on Vancouver Island. Gastown is in Vancouver on the mainland. That's where they have a big steam clock. They have a Golden Plate Award from Straight. I'm rolling that on my tongue with my previous bit about them being, like, pro-yaoi but anti-yuri. And now they have an award from Straight. And I don't know where that all, like, I don't know what happens when I spit all that back out, but it seems pretty interesting. This is the one that closed, Meat on Blanchard. Hey, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Until we meet again, Victoria. Frequently asked questions. Do you take reservations? You closed. Are you hiring? Yes, yeah, you closed. How does meat support marginalized peoples? Click here for our founding principles. This is where there are some American businesses that have our company's stance on slavery in this segment, because of American stuff. So I suspect this is rather boilerplate. Yeah, this is just, like, this is boilerplate kind of stuff. Can I bring in a birthday cake? No. I want to believe someone asked this question, otherwise it's like the most presumptuous thing to assume someone's gonna ask you. Do you accommodate large parties? Well, we can't hold groups larger than 6 to 10. You're closed. Gift cards. Food allergies. Overspringen, I thought you were just saying that. Oh, man. Hang on. I'm going to get there. Are you kid-friendly? This is an adult-only restaurant. We can't have the kids tarnishing our precious yaoi. OMG, we love them. No. Are you wheelchair? Yeah, they are, I think. Okay, the Blanchard one is, at least. These are all the Gastown, Yaletown, Maine are all mainland. Needs involvement. What's our community initiatives? Here's where they say plant-based meals. Okay. That's fine. But, are you trying to change the world? We sure are. You're closed. That's mean. I saw the request for About Us. It's a new restaurant concept that would change lives. A vegan restaurant. Cowards for not saying one meal at a time. What are your... Oh, okay, this is the thing I saw already. That's good, good, good. Awards and press. We're straight. Who's... What is this? Hang on. This isn't a... It's not a button! Oh no, Adam, this is on the West Coast. This isn't in Toronto. I mean, it doesn't really change the point, I guess. Whatever, this is just Web3 nonsense. I'm not gonna complain. They did the thing! Look, join the team! Being a part of the meat team is an opportunity. Join our family for a mission-driven career with purpose. Join our family for a mission-driven career with purpose. Join our family for a mission-driven career with purpose. Scrolling across the bottom. Is that just an email, I'm guessing? Oh! They don't have a form. I just wanted to ask them. Meet with us today! Meet with us today! Meet with us today! I'd like to know if they're trying to change the world. I just want to know what's in the sausage. Facts. Is that the... That's this. Okay. Sorry, yeah, are they trying to change the world? They sure are. One yummy meal at a time, Etoblé. It is eat meat with 2 E's on the meat, but EA on the eat.ca. If you would like to subscribe now to their mailing list, on the bottom right of their page, they will respect your privacy and will never share your info with any other party. The Q&A would be a great place to explain what the meat substitutes are. Yeah, I know. I was really waiting for that to show up where they explain what all the code words mean and what's in the sausage. I would have liked that. Rather than, like, I'm so happy that you sell gift cards. I don't know what I would do if someone gave me, as a gift card for this place. Especially if they closed a month later. I'd be like, well, what am I supposed to do now? Yeah, where's the part of this, where's the scrolling text that says, you don't want to know how the sausage is made? Are people vegan? Oh, boy. That's a real question. Order now, order now. That's like when I tried playing Flesh and Blood the first time, and we were trying to run one of the Monarch Blitz decks with Bolton, and he had a lot of cards that say, after you play this card, put this card into your soul. And we were left asking the question out loud, what is a soul? Now, in the context of card game rules, but we said the phrase, what is a soul? And then, like, sat there staring off into space for, like, 2 seconds. And I went, like, maybe we should just try a different character. Oh, the little spinning meat in the void? Yeah, over here. It's me! Is it a... Oh, it's only spinning on the website. Here, this is the carcass version. This is the version that you find floating lifeless in the tank the next morning. Oh no, Flesh and Blood is a different game. It's I'm actually trying to really get into it now, and it's I very much believe the ad copy from the community that it is probably the best 1v1 competitive card game on the market that is active right now. It's a fighting game that bent itself into the shape of a card game. With all the goods and bads that come with that, but it's extremely satisfying to play, I have been finding. And also in Flesh and Blood, this will be my closer. I'll show you some of the... I'll show you what's keeping me locked in on Flesh and Blood a little bit. Is I started reading more into some of the characters, and some of these characters are like my vibe. Does it have Touch of Death combos? No, there have been metas with close to OTK combos, but like usually those are wizards who have to set it up for at least 2 turns. And that doesn't seem to be in the interest of the design team now. I missed the window. That's embarrassing. I missed the window. That's embarrassing. Let's go to the lore. I don't necessarily agree that combo decks ruin card games. I think it depends on how they are implemented in the card game. Because I think that what you're talking about is more the you watch the other guy play the game kind of combo, if that makes sense. Which I personally more so define as uninteractive gameplay versus combo card gameplay, if that makes sense. Because that's more along the lines of what one would call like uninteractive and soft umbrella NPE, negative player experience. Negative player experience really is like a very, in my mind, encompassing but flexible term that I think varies from game to game. I'd like to bring to everyone's attention that debacle was 70 minutes long. Maybe if you wrote cheese rather than cheese, then we wouldn't be here. Anyway, yeah, so this game has a couple characters I just researched who really caught my eye. So number one is Arachne. So Arachne, when I saw Arachne before I stopped paying attention, Arachne was introducing the assassin class and was a weird masked entity in some hooded rags. And then suddenly I saw this Arachne, the marionette. And so this character version of Arachne was like the reveal that Arachne is a shared alias. And so if you go to the little tutorial they made for the little deck. So this one really caught my eye because Arachne, the adult version for like the true format. This is the young version, is for the faster, smaller format. For full constructed, it's Arachne Marionette. And so this Arachne, you try to mark someone, right? And then at the beginning of your end phase, if an opponent is marked, you roll a d6 and become one of these other Arachnes. And they're all like weird spider-themed body horror assassins, which is like my kind of vibe. Because, you know, one of them is just like, look, it's an assassin lady, right? But then another one is like, look, it's like some dude made out of knives. And then this one is just like, what is that? So this one caught my eye because it's like, I like the concept that you mark the opponent and then you basically randomly summon one of your minions who pop in and like throw some stuff like, oh, you're the funnel web. Look at this thing. It's just a bunch of swords and arms. But then the other, so that's there are 2 Arachnes in the meta right now of the 4 Arachnes that are around. And the other one is Arachne slipped through the cracks. I'll see if I can show you quickly that one. That one's getting a pre-con deck at the end of the year, which I'm excited about because it might rotate out by winning too much, but I think it's neat. I just tried to pull an image in. Hang on. I found your web P! You can't hide from me. There we go. So that's like the Arachne that's just some otherworldly entity of masks and knives with a sword in its mouth. And that one has also apparently been kicking a lot of ass. Do you have to unpack each version? So they sold a pre-con deck that, because those other 6 Arachnes are just tokens. So I believe if you can't find the pre-con deck, you can just get them for like 25 cents a piece online. Because they're not like rare cards. These 6 are just tokens. But yeah, the Slip Through the Cracks is getting like a pre-con deck, but then there's another one, Vinset is another one I want to play, who I found, where I was like, this is too much my aesthetic. Where is Vinset? Also, a lot of, when I was talking about this on the Discord, a lot of people were going like, yo, who's Betsy? So, Betsy and Olympia, where's Olympia? The dude over here with the Roman getup. It's worth noting, right? People make decks for them, but they are, as far as it has been communicated to me, they suck. They're not just meme characters. The fact that they have adult hero versions to play 60-card format with a specialization card apiece, apparently the designers actually apologized about that a year later and said we shouldn't have led you on because, like, we're probably never going to flesh these two characters out because they're built around a wagering mechanic that, like, you mostly are just playing in limited. However, that said, there are players who play Olympia and Betsy. I think it's a Japanese player who is certainly, like, if it's a bit, apparently he's just like, no, I'm gonna make her meta. Will they blood those characters out? You got me. Where was... oh, yeah, there's also robots. Here we go, Vinset. Look at the frigging aesthetics on Vinset. This is so friggin' cool. Oh yeah, the animated digital painting thing, it's very motion comic, but with the painting style, it comes off really weird. Yeah, Vinset the Iron Maiden. I have to go see if I can open this in a new tab. I can. There you go. Look at that frigging aesthetic. It's just like an Iron Maiden as like a cape. Yeah, Ruby, part of the reason I got back into this is because I was told that the Toronto scene is a lot more casual friendly, and, like, yo, they are. Like, everyone kicks my ass, but, like, nobody's a dick about it. And everyone is, like, very interested in having, like, this is a, I guess one way to explain how this game feels very fighting game to me, as opposed to, like, just a straight up TCG, is after we finish a game, my brain is really active, thinking not about, oh, my deck isn't good enough, it's thinking about, oh, I did a misplay here and a misplay here. And everyone I've played against is usually, like, to a degree, they're pretty interested in having a short or medium conversation afterwards. Like, just like me saying, like, hey, do you think when I chose to block with my helmet and this here, maybe that was premature? Or do you think, like, should I have blocked when I let the full swing come through to hold on to my hand for my turn? And so, like, so Flesh and Blood is just, it's because your deck is, you pick a hero and then build a deck around them. So you're basically building a deck that is a character who's fighting one other character. Like, this is a super duper fighting game. Like, you, another way to explain it is in the heart of the game, if someone attacks you, you block, usually, ignoring, like, if you've used your consumable equipment, and sometimes even when it's still around, you're blocking mostly with cards out of your hand of usually 4 cards, and you don't draw up until the end of your turn. So if you block, you start your turn with less cards. So you usually will have 4 cards and sometimes a 5th one face down in front of you from your previous hand that you can choose to store in the arsenal spot. So you'll maybe have 5 cards, and then if someone swings big at you, you're like, oh, I can block that if I use, like, 3 of my cards. Then you're going into your next turn with, like, 1 or 2 cards. So you kind of have to go, like, ooh, like, what can I stand to drop, or what can I stand to take as a hit, or, like, do I just full dump my hand, and then my turn is just me saying I move to end phase? Which is normal in this game, which also feels really cool. Because in a lot of TCGs, a turn where you do nothing and then draw up, or whatever, usually you're taught to feel like, oh, I failed my turn. And in this game, it feels like that's a valid thing to do. I don't know, I was really impressed with it. And, like, it is also a little, how do you put this? The flavor of how the game is talked about online focuses a lot on the world level competitive scene because it is a game that attracts competitive players who really love to talk about it. But like, if you have a local scene, there is a decent chance that they're not world level and probably just are fine. Like, I don't have like the super good gear that eventually most players end up picking up because you only need like one copy forever for your life or whatever. And so I'm just trying to like work a deck that's a very fair deck, and like learn some of the basic mechanics of attacking, blocking, and bluffing and stuff. And nobody really big dogs, and I thought that was really cool given how like I've hung out in the local Discord afterwards, and like a lot of them are pretty like pretty learned gamer player type folks who easily could be the Magic player who like doesn't look at you and then plays out a turn, doesn't look at you and then wins kind of thing. The nature of this game means your opponent actually has to pay attention to you, which already feels different than my experience in some other 1v1 formats in other games. It's very interesting. I'm really digging it. Like, I don't know that it's something I would say like, oh, it's because I can't say, oh, just make this your main game, because like it's not 100% that you even have a local scene. But yeah, I've really been digging it. Yeah, here's like old Arachne. This dude is a bottom tier character because his playstyle is not very well supported because it's weird. But this guy tries to deploy crappy armor so he can draw into better armor and then turn himself into a necro robot, and it's kind of wild. I think there's a picture of the necro robot here. Yeah, the Mecro Potent. So this guy's like trying to like transform himself into this, which is kind of wild. Yeah, he's like just an Iron Man guy. Also, there's a version of him that's like a YouTuber, which is kind of like, hey, you know, that'll happen. Yeah, very Victor Arcane. I want to get her armory deck because Dash IO is, I think, the second or third version of Dash, and I've played against her twice, and her precon is still kind of kicking around, and her playstyle is wild. Because, like, she's trying to, like, burn cards off the top of her deck to make her able to play more cards out of her hand. So she's, like, hyper aggro, and she's also trying to keep track of, like, 2 to 4 different kinds of counters on her board while burning her deck from the top down to attack more with the cards in her hand. And, like, it's a really interesting playstyle. It's almost like, you know, beginner-friendly mono-red Magic, except you have to keep track of, like, 4, you know, well, 2 to 4, like, different counters at the same time. Yeah, it is that. So that card is from a box set they did that was done in conjunction with Professor Talarian Brian, for a format that didn't really play out. But yeah, like, this is a lot of these 2024 characters are no longer in the main constructed game, because this was a design period where it seems like they kind of got a little bit lost in the sauce. So, for instance, the way that rotation works in this game is there isn't any. But the more that a character wins tournaments, the more points they get, with a scaling point value depending how prestigious the tournament is. And when they clear 1,000 points, they become what's called Living Legend, and they rotate out of the format and into just the quote-unquote eternal format called Living Legend. So the idea is it's a self-tempering system where if a character is broken and already released, they still do single card bans as well to try to keep things balanced, obviously. But, like, if a character just, like, blows out of the water, then they will rotate themselves out of the main constructed format. And then also a new version of that character they try to at least develop a new version of that character within a year. So all of your cards that specifically refer to that character, of which there could be two to three cards, won't just become garbage. Like, they'll return in a sense. The problem is, as an example, Aurora here, was designed to be the player character. She was in a beginner deck, and then she was in a Blitz small format deck, and then she had a full 60 card precon. She, living legend, rotated out of the game within, I believe it was 7 months of debuting, because she was too good. And she blew out the meta and rotated within the same year she came out. Her precon deck is still on store shelves. And they said they confirmed at a world event this summer. They said, like, specifically Aurora will be back within, like, by this time next year. So, like, her cards will be useful again. But, like, as an example, another thing I kind of picked up, because I was like, I don't recognize some of these names. New and Enigma, I believe, also rotated within a year. The set they're in, Return to Mistvale, all 3 characters in that set rotated, and that set only came out, I think, like a year or 2 ago. So the other bummer of the way this rotation works is now there are also sets that have usable cards in them, but most sets are built around 3 to 6 heroes. And so now, like, Return to Mistvale is a set built around 3 heroes who do not exist in the main format anymore because they were too good. But the upside is every set, you know, adds in another 3 to 6 heroes. So eventually, because, yeah, like Ruby, I know what you mean. So it's like, eventually, it's like, hey, I really like this one character, they're gone. It's like, well, you know, give it 6 months. And someone else will be back. Yeah, New apparently was just like a lot of the characters who were too good were a little bit too board statey and a little bit too control-y, is my understanding. Yeah, the balancing is interesting because, like, they have achieved a form of balance that really works well, in my opinion, for how nightmarish this feels like it could be. Like right now, this dude, Gravy Bones, is the latest big balance discussion, because he showed up and immediately was starting to take Worlds Championships. So they just recently banned 2 cards related to him. But he's also kind of neat because he's the first Necromancer in the game, and the playstyle is kind of interesting to me. So I think he's going to stick around. I've seen some people who are knowledgeable in the local Discord having discussions about him. Mostly that, like, it kind of, you know, back and forth a bit, but I did see a couple of vibes of, like, it seems like in the long term he's probably fine. He may need to get hit with one more targeted ban, but a new set is about to drop, like a very pro wrestling themed set that may well have anti-Gravy Bones tech in it. Who knows? The meta's about to change again, and it's a meta that's like a very healthy one with, like, I don't know how else to put it, but, like, the top competitive people in this feel less spiky to me and more like really eager FGC people. It's a very specific vibe. Because they're about to drop this set. And this is adding, like, just stuff for Brutes and Guardians, which are 2 classes that are not doing very well right now. But Pleiades is the one who's getting a devoted precon. So this is... I don't know what this character is, but she's got an axe that looks like a guitar. And that's kind of cool. Oh, I saw a bunch of people are going to me. Yeah, I probably gotta wind down him. I'm getting yappy. Yeah, Tough Nut's good name. Oh, there's a card in this that's so good. I think I showed it before. It's the one with Fugger Grimes on it. Yeah, I don't think it's in here yet. This is adding some kind of mechanic with Reviled and Revered as, like, a specialization type or a talent type. The bummer is, I'm going to be working a toy show on the pre-release weekend. So I'm going to miss out on the pre-release kit, and I'm really bummed out, because they got, like, the pre-release kit has, like, 9 cold foil cards, I think it was. I'm really hoping I can buy one after the event happens. Because the cold foils are really pretty. I don't know if the cards are going to be any good, but they're going to be very pretty. Yeah, it seems like Reviled and Revered is literally, you know, because they have another set that just came out called Smash Palace, which is like a board game version of a sealed format where you just open 3 packs and that's your deck. And according to a couple of folks who played it, it sounds like it's actually pretty good. So I saw a button for it around here somewhere. Tygon, I think Germany is a covered I know that France is a recent addition to, like, supported territories. I'd swear there was a German scene, but I can't remember anymore. I'm trying to see if Smash Palace is in here. Here it is. Because this thing is basically a booster box, which is a small box for this set, of the Guardian set. But then, like, a board game version of it, so you get, like, what is it, 7 characters to pick from? And an event deck to add, like, kind of kooky randomness, and it also supports the 4-player mode. Apparently it's pretty good. I might try to pick it up. But yeah, you kind of have to... This is such a weird game for me to talk about, because, like, it is inherently, like, by design, a competitive 1v1. But something about it feels better to me than, like, competitive 1v1 Magic felt to me. I think it's just because, like, this game demands that you pay attention to your opponent's turn, which is a lot of cognitive load. But I really like... I mean, it might be the character I'm playing, because it's one of the few... I was told she's possibly the only character who can do true bluffing in the game, but it means that, like, even though I'm not very good at the game, and I'm very new to it still, my opponents have to pay attention to what I'm doing and respect what I'm doing, because if you don't, then you can collapse your turn by just not respecting what your opponent is doing, and I think that's very cool. But it does require, like, a certain kind of vibe, certain kind of scene, and it is still a 1v1 competitive. And I would never try to, like, downsell that. I think it just feels different to me, because I know that, and I'm part of this. Like, competitive to me in 1v1 TCGs often feels like what was discussed earlier, like, you know, an uninteractive one-turn kill scenario where it's like, okay, we're gonna high roll, and whoever goes first has a 80% chance of winning, and if they don't, then you have a 90% chance of winning, and if you don't, then blah, 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 blah. Something about this feels different in a way that I really like. Yeah, Flesh and Blood is like... it's worth noting, like, the game is derived out of New Zealand, so it's like... It's doing its own thing. Yeah, take it easy, have a good night. I should play the music and get going, too. Yeah, it's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Coded, and also Wizard class is, like, at least the original Wizard, because I played against one, it was, I think, an Irish fellow who I think I saw said he moved here recently. The original Wizard, Kano, is very much built around trying to survive 2 to 3 turns to set up a borderline 1-turn kill, but because it wasn't a turn 1 thing, something about it didn't bother me that much. I think it also helped the player was very kind in explaining what he was doing. But yeah, I don't want to oversell this thing, but I also really want to, like, slip it under the door a little bit of, like, many assumptions about competitive 1v1, myself included, having those assumptions. Oh yeah, Kat, I saw you were getting into Digimon card game. Did you know my friend, I think they were talking to you, Random Factor, got me onto that game with a green-blue Imperial Dramon, like, giveaway starter that, like, so I built the deck, but it was the meta deck this year, and I didn't want to go to play locals for prizes with a meta deck when I don't myself actually really care about Digimon. I just like the mechanics of the game. So I have 2 Digimon decks. I don't know when I'm ever going to play them, but I have, like, a blue-green Imperial Dramon, and I have a purple, the demon one, who I tried to look it up on YouTube and immediately got a muscle growth fetish video. Where did I put them? Oh, they're up there. I played a couple times, but the Digimon scene in Toronto is very, like, prized weeklies. which, like, for that game really wasn't my vibe. Like, I really just wanted to play, like, casual for freeze. Okay, Tygon, I thought I read that. Because, yeah, they have the game translated in French and Japanese as well. They even have, like, a reprint set that is non-English only to catch up other territories on sets they missed early on. Like, it's kind of wild. What was that character, though? The Digimon deck. It's, Hang on. It's the last tangent I'm going to go on, I swear to God. Alright. I got my little box. Belphemon! That's who it is. Yeah, Belphemon goes from sleep mode to rage mode and has all these weird Evangelion, like, analog horror creatures in the deck. So I wanted to make that one. So I made that one, and I have, like, an up-to-date, has 4 copies of a $22 card in it, Imperial Dramon Blue-Green. And Belphemon, if you try to look up Belphemon Rage Mode on YouTube, at least when I did it a year ago, shunted me straight to Muscle Growth Fetish channel, which I didn't realize right away until I noticed there were jump cuts happening, and I was like... And I checked it, I was like, oh, it's because he's a giant buff. Okay. Because all I saw was this little guy. I just stole the sleeves for Flesh and Blood. I have to re-sleeve this. So this little dude here turns into this guy, and then this guy's trainer's head is like in the chest because he like body horror merged with it. And it's got all these weird, like, this is the trainer dude. It's got all these weird, like, Evangelion angel looking things. And I don't know who Matashita is, but he was on a deck list, so I got one. This is a hard game to net deck for because everyone who does YouTube videos with deck text they don't post a goddamn deck list. It's so frustrating. This weird little thing is like made out of ink and eyeballs. I don't know what this is, but it's a koala bear with scars, so it's like, it's seen stuff. This card was the one, it took me 100 years to find copies of this thing. This is supposed to be a budget deck. No one in Canada had this. Yeah, there's all these Gizmons that have all these kooky mechanics. One thing, Kat, I'm sure you've looked up the cards a whole lot right now, but like, one thing I'll say is Digimon is one of those card games that treads into the Yu-Gi-Oh realm of, like, it's easier to have someone tell you what the card does than try to read the card and figure out what it does. Because, like, I don't know if you can tell, the formatting is, like, hellish. Which is a shame, because, like, one of the coolest parts of this game, right, is when you digivolve. Where's some Digimons? Yeah, like if I take a Gabumon, right? If I digivolved this Gabumon into a Belphemon, it stacks like that, like the old Hecatomb card game, and then you get an effect from the base DNA into the main one. And I think that's really cool. But that also means, and this is a small formatting thing, you have to ignore this one, because this is only for if something is on top of this. So you read this, skip that, then start reading down all of these. Yeah, the keywords are they're what tripped me. It's partly because the keywords are these tiny, tiny things down here. Those are the ones where I'm really just like, I just kind of have to assume these cards all look the same and will play okay. And when I did try out a local or two event, I was basically told, like, no, you're not wrong. Like, that's kind of the way you do it. I also got Nidhoggmon, and then I think Ray gave me these, they did a new Belphemon, but I don't know what to do with them. I don't know how to, like, all these are basically my maybe board. I don't know how to assess these in terms of the game. Oh, no, yeah, I can't tell you what a Yu-Gi-Oh card does. Like, this is definitely, when I say treads to the Yu-Gi-Oh realm, it's more so treads to the, like, Japanese TCG design realm. I get the Bandai Namco TCG design realm specifically. Also, this is my egg deck for the breeding zone, for the breeding phase, where I flip an egg card over in the breeding zone, and then decide, if I've already done that, then I get to decide, do I breed the egg in the breeding zone, or do I deploy the bred egg from the breeding zone? I had a lot of fun saying that. It's like when I realized in Lorcana they were like, summoning sickness is your character's ink hasn't dried yet, and I had a Disney princess deck, and I was like, so I play my Ariel. She's too wet to do anything right now. I play my Snow White, but she is sopping, dripping, immobile. She's got to wipe it off by next turn. And I was just like, it's funny, this is the Disney game. This is the one that is directly going to court all kinds of kids. And they're just like, my Mulan is too wet to attack. I'm just like, oh. The worst part was I came to this realization while I was in a board game cafe playing Lorcana Wave 1 with a friend trying to figure the game out. So we're both sitting there just talking like this real loud, and there's people like just trying to play Carcassonne next to us or go on a dating app date and play like Catan, and they're glancing over. It's like, my Princess Ariel is just dripping wet, useless. Ain't able to think nothing. Not till she gets dry. Next turn. And with that, we're hitting the music. Almost blew your ears out because I forgot I turned that up for something else earlier on. Hi, welcome to the watching the end of the stream if you're a VOD watcher. Don't know why you jumped to here, but it's pretty brave and, dare I say, sexy. Thanks to everyone who's here live for hanging out, and sorry I went so long. I meant to end 3 hours ago. Can you tell I haven't been streaming a lot lately? I say this every time, because it's true! So every time I don't stream a while, I stream like 4 times as long, because I'm clingy. So whatever. The nice thing is, I think I get a real easy video this month. I'm just gonna strip out that stupid meat menu segment, and I'm just gonna put it up by itself as a video. Because rarely have I ever been presented with just a deafeningly loud strip me out and put me up as a separate video segment from a stream kind of stream segment. I got hard sidetracked for an hour and 10 minutes by that nonsense. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the kind birthday wishes. And you know, I hope I didn't mislead anyone thinking my birthday was today. But also, I hope you realize I don't care if it's belated wishes. I just want wishes. The world is big, spooky, weird, scary, and like smells funny right now. So I will just take good wishes and I will take good cheer where I can get it. Take it easy out there, y'all, and definitely stay safe. And definitely take care of yourselves, because if you don't, then I'm gonna do it for you! That sounded like I was going to take on a lot more responsibility than I intended, I just realized, so like I actually can't do it for you, so consider how disappointed in myself I will be if I can't do it for you. I'm trying to guilt trip you.
Let them come.